My name is John Tory. I'm the Mayor of Toronto and the Chair of the Executive Committee of the City Council. The Clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, and I will therefore call the 24th meeting of the Executive Committee to order and welcome everyone. Welcome the members of the committee, of course, but also welcome the members of the public who are joining us today. Before we proceed with the business of the day, I think it is sad but very appropriate that we should make some comments, that I will make some comments on behalf of my colleagues and on behalf of all of the people of the City of Toronto with respect to the terrible and tragic discovery of the remains of some 215 children buried in an unmarked grave at the former Kamloops residential school, and to remember all Indigenous children who didn't come home, who never came home, as well as the survivors and their families. Today, ironically and sadly, it's supposed to be an important event, and it is in the context of celebrating our Indigenous peoples and getting to know better some of the histories that haven't been focused upon as much in our schools. And today, June the 1st, is the beginning of Aboriginal Peoples, Indigenous Peoples Month. And for this terrible tragedy to take place, I think has caused an entire city, an entire country to grieve and to mourn. And I think that is why it is appropriate to say a few words about this morning. I had the opportunity, before I was mayor, to visit some of the remote Indigenous communities in Northern Ontario, and I had a chance to sit, quite remarkable encounters actually, in those communities with survivors from the residential schools, and they told the story of being taken from their homes when they were very, very young and being taken off to school. And when they were at school, at the residential schools, they were literally sort of programmed out of speaking their own language, to the point where it struck me that this older woman that I was sitting next to, who was herself a survivor, told me that she would come back after a period of time at the residential schools and could no longer speak to her grandparents because they had programmed her out of her own language as part of what went on at these schools. And it was interesting to me because there was a combination of kind of reflection and sadness and bewilderment about what had gone on in that chapter in her own life. And you know, but it was an immensely powerful kind of experience for me. But what lay beneath that, as we knew from various reports that happened over time, and including the Truth and Reconciliation report, was that there were many people who did not come home, as that woman did, and did not live to tell their story. And it put into perspective for me, as I think it has for many over time, the entire chapter of residential schools, that dark and sad chapter in our own, shameful chapter in our own history. The fact that it is understandable why people would then carry with them, as a legacy of that experience and that entire chapter, a sense of being second-class citizens in your own country, as it were, being people who had been regarded for so long, up to very recently, as people in respect of whom it was acceptable or seemingly acceptable to do this kind of thing. This is a very difficult experience, of course, I think for all Canadians, and should be a difficult experience for all Canadians, to have this discovery take place, and dependent upon the examination that now follows it, there will probably be more revelations of this kind to come. But I think what's important for us to focus on is the trauma being experienced, the renewed trauma, the repeated trauma now being experienced by the survivors and by their families and by the Indigenous people in Canada. It is difficult for all Indigenous communities in the City of Toronto, of which we have substantial Indigenous communities in our own city, but also for those across the country. I had a chance yesterday to be with my big city mayor colleagues at our annual meeting, and the degree to which this has been a searing experience for the people they represent and for their cities and communities across the country was evident, as is, I think, the case here, looking at the reaction that we've seen in our own city from people, average people, who recognized, as I did. You know, I've said before that I was a student of Canadian history at university, and yet we spent no time discussing this. That was some time ago, and I hope things have changed in terms of how people get educated about our own history, including the parts that perhaps sometimes you don't want to be reminded about. But certainly in my own case, with all the different courses in Canadian history I took, there was no time focused on this. And so, as a consequence of that, I extend as mayor, on behalf of my colleagues on council and on behalf of all the population, the residents of the City of Toronto, my condolences to all of our communities, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. I have directly and in person, not in person, but personally over the phone, extended my condolences to Chief Laforme, who I spoke to over the weekend, so that I could tell him of our decision, which was an easy one for us to make as a small symbolic tribute to these families and to what happened, to lower the flags on city buildings, to lower them for 215 hours, 1 hour, which seems inadequate, but 1 hour for each of the 215 children who were found in this mass grave. And I intend to stay in touch with him to see, as we go forward, what we can be doing as a city and what I can be doing as mayor to not stop at symbolic gestures, but to continue to do the work that reconciliation was supposed to produce for us. I also would say to you that those flags were lowered in the memory of the thousands of other children who didn't come home. Again, to hear in these communities the stories of children, young children, 5, 6, 7 years old, who just left the community, were taken from the community and never came back. I mean, if you can imagine for a second having that experience as parents, as siblings, as a community, that people leave supposedly to go off to school against their will, or at least they were taken, without people being able to push back, and then they just never came back. They just never came back, and nobody ever knew what happened. So we have done these things as well in tribute to those whose lives have been irreparably changed. And that includes subsequent generations of people who have been born, perhaps even long after this happened. And we also dimmed the Toronto sign on Sunday night. And again, these are symbolic gestures, but I hope important symbolic gestures of the kind that we extend when terrible things like this happen, to recognize this genocide and the ongoing need for truth and reconciliation and justice. Today at 2:15, the TTC will pause, and they'll pause for 2 minutes and 15 seconds in remembrance as well. And I hope, again, this is a powerful message to the people of the City of Toronto that we care deeply about this, and it's a powerful message from the City of Toronto, people of the City of Toronto, to our fellow residents who are in our Indigenous communities and to Indigenous peoples across Canada and to all Canadians, that Torontonians care very deeply about this, that we mourn, that we grieve as a city, as we do as a country. And so what I would like to now just ask is that the members of the committee and everyone else present in this meeting virtually would pause for a moment of silence in memory of these 215 victims and others, and to pause for a moment of silence to recognize the ongoing need for truth and reconciliation. Thank you. Today's meeting is, as has been the case for some time now, being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. City Hall, of course, remains closed, but the public are able to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I would, of course, as we have in prior meetings of all kinds, committee meetings and so on, ask people to be patient with respect to some technical issues that may arise over the course of the day. The clerk staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. The City Clerk has provided all agenda materials via the Clerk's meeting portal. The Clerk's IT staff will be available to participants to help with your devices. I would like to remind staff to please keep their mics muted and their videos turned off unless they are needed to answer questions or to speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe the members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. Members, if you would also please keep your mic muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or mute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak, and I will then in turn create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or on a motion, I will ask that members ensure that they turn on their video and to raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you have to submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at exc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are visiting members of council attending the meeting today, I would encourage you to turn on your video so that I know you're present and can recognize you to speak or to ask questions at the appropriate time. And this will also help the clerk staff in recording attendance for the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land that we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. And we also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. At this time, as we do, I will ask if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic. I'm looking at the screen. I do not see any members with declarations of interest. Okay, then we'll carry on. We next need a motion to confirm the minutes of the regular meeting held on April the 29th, 2021. Moved by Councillor Ainsley. I'll call the question if there are no comments or questions. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Let's then proceed with the rundown of the agenda. The first item is item 24, EX 24.1, report back on accessing justice, New Toronto courthouses. We have a speaker registered on this item, so I will hold it down. The next item is EX 24.2, election-related information requests. There is a staff report with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item? Held by Councillor Pasternak. The next item is EX 24.3, Ontario Place redevelopment update. We have speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it down. We have, as our next item, EX 24.4, Bill 197 and growth-related funding. There is a staff report with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item down? Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor Thompson has held it down. Deputy Mayor Barlow, thank you. The next item is EX 24.5, approval for external funding to Toronto Atmospheric Fund for electric vehicle charging project. There is a staff report with recommendations. Does anyone want to hold this item down? Okay, if not, I will then ask for a member to move the motion to adopt the recommendation contained in the staff report, moved by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. The next item is EX 24.6, Toronto Atmospheric Fund Tower-wise Direct Investment Request. Again, a staff report with recommendations. Anyone wishing to hold this item? Then I would ask for a mover of the staff recommendation contained in the report. Moved by Deputy Mayor Barlow. Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. The next item is EX 24.7, amendment to contract number 470-21814 and year 2 option extension of the agreement with the Greater Toronto Hotel Association for the collection of municipal accommodation tax hotel. A staff report again with a recommendation. Anyone want to hold this item? Then maybe I could ask Councillor Crawford if he would move the adoption of the staff recommendation here. Thank you, Councillor Crawford. I'll call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. The next item is EX 24.8, 2019-2022 Poverty Reduction Strategy Action Plan Midterm Status Report. We have speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it down. The next item is EX 24.10, Parkdale Hub Project, 1303, 1313, and 1325 Queen Street West and 220 Cowan Avenue. There's a letter from the Board of Directors from Creatio with a recommendation. Does anyone wish to hold this matter? All right. If not, then I will ask that a member should move the adoption of the recommendation in the staff report, moved by Councillor Pasternak. I'll call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. And then the final item is EX 24.11, recommendations to consult and amend Bill 251, Combating Human Trafficking Act, and we have speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it down. Did I skip over 9?
I believe so.
Okay. I apparently skipped over number 9 inadvertently. Let me just get to 9 and we'll cover that off here. Number 9 is EX 24.9, which is the, yes, I did skip over it, Create TO 2020 financial results. There's a letter from the Board of Directors, Create TO with recommendations. Does anyone wish to hold this item? If not, may I have then a motion to adopt the recommendation contained in the staff report, moved by Deputy Mayor Bilo, and I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, sorry about that. That then takes us back to item EX 24.1, and as is our custom, we will hear from our deputant. There's one deputant on this item, Derek Moran. Is Mr. Moran available on the line?
Hi, can you guys?
Yes, we can.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, well then you know the routine here, and you are welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm just going to start my clock here. I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied, and doing so is fraud. God bless Her Majesty the Queen, and long live Her Majesty the Queen. The name of this item is called Report Back on Accessing Justice. For those that don't know, the primary definition in Black's Law Dictionary for justice is the fair and proper administration of laws. So in this report it mentions transforming these spaces to community spaces that provide, amongst other things, increased access to legal education. Okay, so accessing justice, legal education. And then how many people know what the duty of a prosecutor in these courts is then? I just want to point out, this is from Chapter 5.1-3 from the Rules of Professional Conduct from the Law Society of Ontario, which says, when acting as a prosecutor, a lawyer shall act for the public and the administration of justice resolutely and honorably within the limits of the law, while treating the tribunal with candor, fairness, courtesy, and respect. When engaged as a prosecutor, the lawyer's prime duty is not to seek to convict, but to see that justice is done through a fair trial on the merits. The prosecutor exercises a public function involving much discretion and power and must act fairly and dispassionately. The prosecutor should not do anything that might prevent the accused from being represented by counsel or communicating with counsel, and, to the extent required by law and accepted practice, should make timely disclosure to defense counsel or directly to an unrepresented accused of all relevant and known facts and witnesses, whether tending to show guilt or innocence. Now, this is from R versus Kesnell, 2014, where the Supreme Court of Canada said, as an officer of the court and minister of justice, the Crown is duty-bound to seek justice, not convictions, and to avoid wrongful convictions in the prosecutions of all offenses. Because the Crown is an officer of the court with undivided loyalty to the administration of justice, the Crown is not in an adversarial role in relation to its disclosure obligations. And this is from Ontario Attorney General versus Pembina Exploration, Canada, 1989, Supreme Court of Canada, which said, Section 96 of the Constitution Act 1867 does not operate to preclude the exercise of maritime law jurisdiction by provincial inferior courts. So while this case doesn't come out and say it directly, it does imply that provincial inferior courts operate under maritime law jurisdiction. The trick being that here in reality, Ontario is a common law jurisdiction, and as a result, requires people needing to be attorned to this jurisdiction. Now, this is from Jaffe versus Miller, 1993, where the Court of Appeal for Ontario said, the section is designed to clarify the common law as to what amounts to an attornment to the jurisdiction of a foreign court by establishing a minimum level of protection. It provides for circumstances in which a foreign litigant can appear and protest the jurisdiction of our provincial courts. Intended to introduce a minimum standard of permission to a foreign sovereign to protest being engaged by the courts of the host country without such protests being taken in law to be an attornment to the jurisdiction of those courts. And Mayor Tory, at the bottom, I won't get to all of them with my time, but at the bottom of my written presentation, I present three courts that you probably know I've mentioned a number of times at the police board, which basically explain that the courts explain that ultimately sovereignty resides in the people. And I just want to point out the definition of special appearance in Black's Law Dictionary for when you show up to these courts, that a defendant's pleading that either claims that the court lacks personal jurisdiction over the defendant or objects to improper service of process, a defendant showing up in court for the sole purpose of contesting the court's assertion of personal jurisdiction over the defendant. And that's my time.
Thank you very much. I was watching that, and because I started the clock 3 seconds before you. Thank you very much, Derek. Are there any questions of the deputant? All right. Well, thank you very much for being with us today. That can bring us to questions of staff. Are there questions of staff on this item? Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, staff. I guess I'm going through some of these reports that led us to this current discussion, and I'm trying to find at any time where council was alerted that our neighborhood courthouses would close upon completion of the mega courthouse behind City Hall. And I have the main report from January of 2018. And I must admit, it's lengthy, and there's lots of reports that come after it and precede it. But at any time, was council alerted to the closure of neighborhood courthouses?
I'm going to, through the mayor, I'm going to ask either Julie or Susan, please, if you respond to that question.
Hi, Chris. I believe Susan's on.
Yes, I'm on. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the question. What I can say is the previous reports did have correspondence and information about the province's new Toronto courthouse that included a general description of the consolidation of courthouse facilities across Toronto into a single location at Centre Avenue. But the specific type and location of the courts to be consolidated was not available from the province at the time of the reports to the council, city council.
So in this report before us, the city solicitor has said that she's not going to write a letter to the Attorney General expressing our interest in preserving neighborhood courthouses. And she has referred to, in light of previous council decisions. Now, I'm looking through the previous council decisions. I see one listed here for some Section 37 funds to plant some trees. There were a bunch of recommendations regarding the old City Hall, whether we put a library in there or a museum. There's nothing in here that says we can't advocate for local courthouses, even if the mega courthouse is built. So I fail to see how previous council decisions precluded the current effort to save our local courthouses.
So, through the chair, Councillor Pasternak, in 2016, when council adopted the zoning bylaw that was required for the new courthouse, I believe that report articulated or made clear that the whole intent was that they would close the 6 local courthouses to consolidate into this new location.
I thought the zoning bylaw was to approve the mega courthouse.
That's correct. The zoning bylaw allowed for the creation of the mega courthouse, but the whole intent behind such a large courthouse was the consolidation of the other 6 into it. They have not yet determined the future uses for these local courthouses, so there might be an opportunity for...
I'm sorry. Yeah,
sorry.
somebody's trying to speak here. Can you not hear, Deputy Mayor Barlow?
There's a weird noise that I think a few of us are feeling. It's really, really hard to hear. It feels like there's paper being shuffled. It's really loud.
And we're all
something-
hearing it, Mayor Tory.
Yeah.
Sounds like somebody has a live mic on.
Does I know my mic is live, but I'm not moving anything. I can turn it off, but I'm not moving anything or shuffling any paper. Maybe I could just ask if there are members of staff who are on the broadcast that could turn their mics off, and we'll just see if the noise disappears.
Mayor, it's better now. I don't know what has happened, but it's actually better now.
Okay, so let's proceed along, and you can
A little bit better.
give me a little wave if it's happening again. But I'd ask all people who are not answering questions and who are not participating in the debates, and I'll include myself, to please turn off your microphones because that you can forget that it's on and shuffle a few papers, and it creates a huge noise. Does it seem to be better now? Okay, well let's proceed, and I'll add an extra couple of minutes on to the questions, Councillor Pasternak. But I think Juliana, you were in the middle of answering. I think when we just had to take that little break, or were you finished your answer?
Yeah. So I do believe there might be an opportunity to look at what the uses of those 6 courthouses that are being consolidated into the new courthouse. There's opportunity to use them for other community purposes, partner with the province on.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, I'm having
Juliana.
trouble.
It's happening again?
Yeah, there's enormous static.
Tori, it's Josie. John Elbridge is looking at this with technology right now.
Okay.
Help if I try and speak louder?
No, it's just a noise that's on the line for some reason, either coming from somebody else's. Thank you for. Is it still there now?
Yeah, Mayor Tory, it's the clerk here. We're just our staff are having a look at it right now. The problem is not with anybody on the call themselves. There seems to be a problem coming from the room. So if you just stand by 1 sec.
Thank you very much.
See if we can get it stabilized.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Mayor Tory, it's John again here. Can you just confirm to us that your mic is off, has been off while others were talking? We're just trying to identify the root of the issue here.
I've just turned it on now to speak to you, but it's been off until now, and it was off when the last bout of the noise was taking place, and I'll turn it back off again now.
Okay, thank you.
check 1 2. Audio check. Mic check testing 1 2 3 4 5 6.
Executive Committee, you were making an inquiry to speak.
Okay, with apologies to members of the public and to the members of the committee, we'll resume. And I think we have the technical problem hopefully ironed out. I don't know how people find the sound is at this moment in time. But where we were was Councillor Pasternak was in the middle of asking questions of the staff. And so maybe what we could do, councillors, I'll just reset the clock and we'll sort of start over again and give you 3 or 4 minutes to try to see if you could. I'm happy to take the whole 5 if you need it, but you go ahead.
Well, I don't want to say thank you very much. That's most generous, but I don't want to take up too much time of committee. If through you to the city manager, if the province decided or agreed to keep the neighborhood courthouses open, would the city have any objection?
Through the chair, I don't believe we would have any objection. I think, an opportunity to work with them to repurpose them to benefit us would be in order.
So if we went down that road where we wanted to maintain them in some kind of, judicial role, whether it's their existing function or some kind of quasi-judicial role, or an appeals or a some kind of bail hearings place or specialized court location, we would have no objection to that.
Certainly through the chair, we could look at a range of potential options in concert with the province. So, I don't think we're limited in what's possible. So, if that's something you wish us to do, we could certainly do that.
Okay. I hope councillors heard my earlier questions because there was a lot of static, but I'd rather not ask them over again. I think Councillor Thompson has some questions on this matter as well. He brought me into the discussion, a very important one, so I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. We will then go next to Deputy Mayor Thompson. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just on a point of order, there was a speaker that had been trying to get through and was not able to get through. I think you could just consult with the clerk to see whether or not he has been able to get in touch with them. He wanted to speak on this item, and that's Tony Laparco from the Crown's office, I believe.
We don't see any record of that. We don't have anything registered, and I think there's a list closed at 10:30.
Mr. Mayor, I spoke with Mr. Elridge as well on this. Mr. Laparca was trying to get through before the closure of the list.
Okay, well.
And by the way, the sound is coming back.
The noise is coming back on the line?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll investigate Mr. Loparco and see what's going on with that because we have no record, but we'll follow up.
Is Mr. Eldridge there? Because Mr. Eldridge, I did provide Mr. Eldridge his information to reach out to him as well.
All right, well, we'll make sure that happens. And then I guess on
All
the
right,
noise.
I can ask questions in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, okay, why don't we try and see how we do with the noise, and then we'll go from
Sure.
there. Why don't you, I'll
Sure.
start the clock, and you can see how you do.
Sure, thank you very much. Through you two staff, we've seen the information regarding, there's a chart with numbers of people who are from areas like Scarborough, North York. It's about 21,000 people that are expected to be going downtown. Mr. Mayor, the noise is rather severe now. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, we just, yeah, and everybody, Paul and Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Pasternak, it's all very bad? Yeah, okay, well, look, we just can't obviously proceed with our business if people can't hear each other. So let's just pause for a minute and see what everybody's going to advise us to do, and we'll take it from there.
Sure.
Just stand by, Mayor. I'm just connecting with our staff that are on the ground there, and be right back.
What they're telling me, members, is that the problem is in this room that I'm in, Committee Room 1, and so if I go back to my office and log on as you've done and do it from my office on my iPad, that may eliminate because it takes this room out of it, and so why don't I give that a try, and I'll be just, if we want to just stay here and recess effectively for 5 minutes, I'll just walk to my office and fire up my iPad and see if that helps. Hopefully. And the only thing I will not have then is access to the clock. Catherine? Yes. The clock to time the deputations and speakers.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to continue the meeting for you if you want me to keep it going while you're walking back to your office.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's funny though, because I had my mic turned off, but it's still... All right, well, we'll give it a try. Why don't you do that, Councillor Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, and see if that helps with the noise, and if I get back to my office, I'll log on in any event, okay? And we'll have to deal with the clock in some way or other. Okay, why don't you do that? Pardon me? Okay.
Great. Was it Councillor Pasternak? Did we have, or no, Deputy Mayor Thompson, Councillor Thompson, were you asking questions there? Or?
So I was Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, so thank you, and I wonder if the clock could be restarted. I know the mayor can't see it and so on, but I can see it here. Can you just give me 1 second, please?
You're at 2:30, so I'm watching you there, Councillor.
please? I wonder if you
Yes.
could check with the clerk to see whether or not the speaker that was trying to get on before the list was closed, whether or not they're actually on now, please?
Councillor
If you
Thompson?
could check with Mr. Elwin.
Councillor Thompson, it's Catherine. We are just in the
clerk,
process of reaching out
have you
to
let
the
someone off?
gentleman, and we will connect him to the meeting. So once we resume, then we will let the mayor know so he can call on him,
Madam
okay?
Clerk or Mr. Clerk, had we left somebody off who wanted to speak?
No, it was a last minute request, Deputy Mayor, and so we are just trying to connect to
You
him.
may have to come back once the mayor gets back on. Do we have any other members of the committee?
We're not
who have
resumed
questions
yet.
of Staff, could you speak up or put up your hand?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, we're not resumed yet?
No?
No, not yet.
All right.
We'll let you know when we're
So in
resumed,
that
sir.
event, we're going to go to speakers. I know Councillor Pasternak, you're prepared. Do you have your motion prepared? Would you like to speak first?
We're not there yet, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Oh, Deputy Mayor, let's hold the item down. We're still working on
Still
the
working on
wording.
it?
Yeah, let's hold the item down if we could.
Okay, I'm happy to do that. Will it take you a while to prepare that, Councillor, or should I go to other speakers?
I think we need a few minutes.
Deputy Mayor, can you hear me?
Councillor Thompson and the clerk, so.
Okay, so with the committee's indulgence, we'll hold that item down. Okay, so just looking at the next item is, that's the new courthouse. The next item is election-related information requests, 24.2. Councillor Pasternak, that's yours.
Yes, I did hold that item down. I just have a couple
Members?
of questions for
Hello,
staff.
members.
The first one is
I
tangentially
can't. There's
related.
nothing I can.
The Supreme Court is currently reviewing a case that will decide the size of the council at the next election. The nominations for the next election is less than a year away.
Hello?
What indications
Excuse me, members, it's Catherine. We have not resumed. Please hold. We will let you know when we have resumed.
I'm sorry. Who was that?
This is Catherine, Deputy Mayor. We've had problems with getting the audio to let you know that we haven't resumed yet. So please give us one moment and we'll let you know when we're ready.
So this is just a dress rehearsal?
Yes. Thank you for your patience, members.
So we're not public right now. Is that right, Catherine?
I'm just getting confirmation. I believe we are not, but I will let you know.
All right, so based on that, let's wait for the clerk to advise us.
Please, I think we are live, so if I can ask you to just, we're good. Oh, no, you're good. You're good, members. I just got the okay.
So, Madam Clerk, are we live? Confirm that. Catherine? Okay, we're just going to hold, members of the committee, we're just going to hold right now until we can get this straightened out.
Can I suggest to the clerk that you, yes, mute your City Hall Committee Room 1 mic, please? Thanks.
so forth may not have been public, so we'll have to come back and see what they tell us.
So I'm going to pass the gavel back to you, Mr. Mayor.
It's a good day to do that.
I feel better about it.
Mayor Tory.
Yes, Mr. Clerk.
It's John Elbridge here again. So just in contact with staff, I'm at home in the spare bedroom, so I'm trying to troubleshoot this from here. We're just trying to resolve the problem. I understand that there is now no sound in the room, or at one point there was no sound in the room. So again, with apologies, if you could maybe just hang tight for a second, and we'll try to make sure that we are getting both sound out on the internet as well as sound in the room at the same time.
Thank you.
And I'll advise as soon as I can.
So just since we can hear each other, do we have to go back then? And there was some discussion I heard you having of whether Deputy Mayor Thompson would re-ask his questions. There was then the matter of a deputant who was trying to get on, who we were trying to be in touch with. And then I think that was, and then Councillor Pasternak, of course, had a motion ready yet. So we have all that to do on item 24.1. And then we could move to 24.2 and deal with what I think were just a couple of questions Councillor Pasternak had on an item that's just being received for information.
Mayor, just for your information, I don't really need to re-ask my questions at all. I'm satisfied with the city manager's decision to write a letter, so I'm fine. Thank you.
Excuse me, members, it's Catherine. I wanted to let you know that we are ready to proceed. We just need a 10-second countdown to turn on the audio to YouTube. And the speaker that Deputy Mayor Thompson mentioned, Tony, is connected, and we can go to him if you wish to go back to item 1.
Okay. Well, we should try and finish item 1. Is your motion, how's it coming along, Councillor Pasternak? Just so I'll know when we start whether we're ready to deal with get item 1 finished.
So we're almost there with the wording. So
okay. So by the time we hear from the deputant, hopefully we can strive to have it done by then.
yes,
Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, and Deputy Mayor, before we go live again, it's Tony. The last name was. Sorry.
Tony Leparco.
Leparco. Okay, that's good. Okay, we're ready to go live then. Whenever you are, our faithful staff.
To the chair, you may begin.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. I'm back in my office at City Hall now, and we're dealing with some technical problems in the committee room, but I think we're all here, and hopefully you're all there. And just to sort of set the record in place here, we're going to go back to, we had never really left item EX 24.1, which has to do with accessing justice at New Toronto Courthouse. And we had a deputant, a speaker from the public who was wanting to be heard and we hadn't managed to get that person registered, so we're going to hear from that person next. And then I believe there will be a motion coming from Councillor Pasternak, so we'll complete that item and then move forward from there. So that's just to bring you up to date. Mr. Tony Leparco, I believe, is available on the line for us. Mr. Leparco, are you there?
Yes, I am. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes, and then there may be some questions for you. Thanks so much.
Okay, I'd like to thank you, that being City Council, for passing that motion on May 6th. The issue, I think, is very important in terms of the New Toronto Courthouse being, as far as we're concerned, repurposing it, because the way it's set up now causes grief for the basically citizens of the City of Toronto. It involves 5 major issues, as far as I'm concerned. Access to justice being the big one for City Council. If the courthouse proceeds as it is, people in what were once known as the boroughs, now the suburbs of the city, are going to have real problems accessing the city. We have all types of marginalized individuals who use the Ontario Courts of Justice, and as it is, at this point, where they are in the boroughs, they have trouble getting to the courthouses. Many of them walk because they don't have the money even to take the TTC. And if you put everything downtown, it's going to become a bigger and bigger issue where people will not show up. Will be and you're going to end up having warrants of all sorts. The fact of the matter is, when you move everything downtown, you're going to lose the ability of, for instance, youth who use the courts to spend half the day in court and half the day back at school, or people who work at jobs that are not the type of jobs that will allow you to take the day off. In the old days, or right now with the system of the way it's set up, you can take a half a day off and go back to work. If you send everything downtown, that will not be possible. The other thing, and we'll get to cost in a moment, that's going to happen if everything comes downtown, the cost of policing will go up enormously. The fact of the matter is that at the moment, the way the courts work, if you have a case that involves an officer from Scarborough, for instance, you can put them on standby, and within half an hour they'll be there, and then go back on the road as soon as they're finished. If you send everybody downtown, that will not be possible. The critical callback costs will go up enormously. The other thing that is a real problem with the way the setup is now is security. If you start having gangs from Scarborough meeting gangs from North York and elsewhere in the city all downtown, that's going to cause security problems not only for the courthouse itself, but the surrounding areas. The transportation system, as gang members all congregate on the subway and meet each other, it's going to cause problems that we don't have at the moment and we don't need to have. The COVID pandemic has shown how ridiculous a plan is to have every single courtroom in the city in one spot. If something were to go wrong and there was an outbreak, at the moment we can move it. We can move the work and trials to another courthouse. If there was an outbreak at the big Toronto courthouse and you don't have other courts, you have nowhere to put people. And additionally, my understanding is there are 6 elevators. Social distancing is impossible in the way it's being set up at the moment. And it's something that, I know we're getting the vaccines and they say that, it'll come to an end soon. But doctors say that this won't be the last pandemic we have. We've got to set it up, as far as I'm concerned, so that it's not as big an issue. The other thing that is going to cause grief throughout the city is economic loss for small businesses around the suburban courts. Once those courts move to one location, all the small businesses that are located around those courts that depend on court personnel and people who come to court in order to survive are going to have much, much greater troubles. Right now, in the context of a pandemic where small businesses are already suffering, to add that to their burden is not something that the city council should be in favor of. And with respect to costs, the issue that the Attorney General asked me about when I told him about this particular plan is, can you fill the building with other basically units or agencies within the government, and how much is it going to cost to keep the suburban courts in the suburbs? And Deputy Mayor Thompson, I understand, has had some contact with the Scarborough Scarborough Courthouse landlord, and there may be a plan to build a facility at their cost for a lease of a certain period. And as I said to the Attorney General, leases in the suburbs are much less expensive than leases downtown. If you can move other government projects into the downtown courthouse, in addition to the 3 downtown courts, you will save much money, because at the end of the day...
Yeah, Mr. Leparco, I'm going to have to stop you there because we've gone 5.5 minutes, and I thank you so much for a very complete submission, and I see that Deputy Mayor Thompson has a question for you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Leparco. Mr. Leparco, can you tell us a little bit about who you are? I mean, you've just come on the line and you've spoken, but can you give us an overview with respect to your background and your familiarity with the justice system, please?
Yeah, I was a assistant Crown Attorney in Scarborough for about 12 years. Then I became the Crown Attorney for Scarborough, the person in charge of that office. And I did that for another about 10 years. Just my last job was the director of the Special Investigations Unit, and now I'm the president of the Ontario Crown Attorneys Association. So I've had a lot of experience in the justice system in one area or another. And I got to tell you that every person that I've spoken to who works in the justice system thinks that the amalgamation of all courts is not a good idea. It's a terrible idea. And, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we have issues with access to justice at the moment, but it'll be much worse if everything goes downtown. You know, again, this comes from, I'm talking to you for many, many years of justice experience.
Thank you. Can you give us an overview, please, as to who else is in support of your position? I believe that there are other organizations, both that are related to government, such as, I guess, unions and other non-government organizations that are in support of your position and the position that Councillor Pasternak and I are trying to convey to the Executive Committee and, by extension, to Council?
Yes. OPSU has come on board. Smokey Thomas wrote the Premier and the Attorney General talking about the dangers of amalgamating all the courts. The Society of Professionals is also on board. They're a group that represents about 8,000 professionals of all sorts, including legal aid and duty counsel that are involved in the court system, as well as probation and parole. Some of the other agencies that deal with the justice sector, John Howard, Elizabeth Fry, some of the clinics, the South Asian Legal Clinic, I understand, are part of their group, as well as the Toronto Lawyers Association has come on board recently saying that they are also against amalgamation. And there are other groups that have expressed interest, but at the moment haven't officially joined, but we're speaking to them, including the Toronto Police Association, who understands some of the issues that we talked about in terms of security and as well the extra costs that are going to come from not being able to cover the suburbs when everybody's downtown.
Thank you very much, Tony. There are no further questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. If there are no further questions, I'll thank Mr. Loparco.
Mr. Mayor, I had a couple of questions.
I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead.
Yeah, to staff, we've known about this for over 5 years, yes, that they were building this courthouse?
Who's known about this? I think.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm asking staff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood as well, Deputy Mayor. I thought you were asking questions of the Deputy. Mr. Loparco, we will thank you. And we will thank you very much. And now we will go back to questions of staff. And the Deputy Mayor has a question he was in the midst of asking to staff. Just to repeat the question, he'd asked if the staff was aware of this for 5 or 6 years.
In some ways, it's rhetorical because it's in the comment report, but I'd like to get that confirmation, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Through the mayor, I mean, the deputy mayor is correct. We've known for this some time, and we've passed the zoning measures to allow for the court to exist.
So, I mean, it seems to me, I mean, we should be celebrating this investment of $956 billion in the court system to make it run better. And I'm just wondering whether at some point in time we knew that, or we would have been reasonable to assume that there would have been some sort of streamlining and consolidation. Did we know?
I'm going to ask, go ahead, Susan,
Yeah.
sorry.
Through Mayor Tory to Deputy Mayor. Yes, the council was provided information through the zoning approval that went before council regarding the consolidation of 6 of the province's criminal courts. The information about which specific courts were going to be consolidated into a single location was not available to council at the time of those zoning bylaw decisions were made.
Well, one would assume if they said they were consolidating 6 courts, they weren't consolidating, let's say, the courthouse in Windsor or London, that it would be in the city of Toronto, yeah? Is that reasonable to say?
Yes, there were courthouses within the city of Toronto that were being consolidated, but there was no information provided by the province on what would happen with the existing courthouses or which ones were being consolidated. So yes, there were courthouses administered by the province, within the city of Toronto.
And was this in a public report, or did just staff know about this?
No, this was in the public reports for part of the report history provided to executive committee.
I mean, just not to put too fine a point on this, Mr. Mayor, but so we've known about this for 5 years, and before they started digging the hole to invest $1 billion in this brand new courthouse that looks, quite stunning, it's just outside, we said nothing, and under the category of the horse left the barn, this would fall under that like we knew about this, and so this idea that we're complaining about it after the fact is kind of, we should, if we wanted to complain and stop this, shouldn't we have been complaining to stop this 5 years ago?
Through the mayor, I don't know if I'd use exactly the words that you're using to complain to stop it. I mean, the purpose of this report was to,
respond to it.
Yeah, exactly. And
so no, fair enough. Okay, so that's fair. So there was like a member's motion. You're not necessarily writing this because you want to write it. It's only because you didn't write it. You didn't get staff to write it on their own sort of initiative. It's because this is in response to a member's motion. Is that right?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
I see. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions of staff? Maybe I could just interject by way of a question I'll put to Mr. Murray, so that it's done in the form of a question. Are you aware of the fact that I was asked to write, just to Deputy Mayor Edmund Wong's point, I was asked to write a letter to the previous government, to the Attorney General, several years ago, and it was not so much expressing any concern about the impact on suburban courthouses, but there was a concern we expressed at that time, and we were asked to do it by someone as a city, about the consolidation and the fact that it would bring all these people together in one place, and some of the points that were made by Mr. Loparco. Are you aware that we wrote that letter to the Attorney General of the day, which was in the previous government, and I wrote it as mayor, I believe, with the concurrence of City Council? Are you aware of that letter?
Yes, I am aware of that letter. Correct.
And would you be aware of the fact that they basically wrote back and told us, thank you for the letter, and our comments would be taken carefully under advisement?
That I'm aware of, and so today we're obviously spelling out some of the consequences. And as the speaker has said, there are the concerns that he raised, and so it's not as if the city of Toronto has ignored potential problems as a result of consolidation. So I think our record is clear.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask those questions to clarify a little bit of what Deputy Mayor Madam Wong was asking about in terms of the city having spoken up before, which we did, and the previous government just said thank you and didn't really respond in any significant way. Okay, no other questions of staff I don't see. And now, Councillor Pasternak, you were to speak with a motion. Are you ready?
Yes, I hope the clerk has it. We can confirm she's got it, then we can proceed. We can there we go. So, so what we want to do is we want to have a sober second look. And I want to thank Deputy Mayor Thompson for bringing me into this conversation. And of course, the various organizations that would like a sober second look at this. You could argue that this was brought before us some years ago. But in my scanning of reports, they refer to the zoning bylaw amendments, which is 39 pages long. I did find one sentence on page 4 that said the proposed Toronto courthouse building will consolidate a number of courthouse facilities currently in Toronto. Well, this is a significant material and social change in our local communities, and I think it deserved more than one sentence. And who's to say that the province has any problem with revisiting this and taking another look at it and keeping our local courtrooms open? Cities all over the world are not bringing more government into their downtown cores. They're actually moving government into the outer and inner suburbs. They're bringing government to the people. They're not taking government away from the people. And this is particularly crucial when it comes to our judicial system. I mean, the local courthouse system, I can't say it's worked perfectly, but it provides access to justice in people's neighborhoods and in the various quadrants. And I'll tell you something, I'm very protective of keeping assets in the area I represent. If this was jumping off the page, I certainly would have said so. Now, there was a consultation in February of 2016. Now, it must have been during a snowstorm because 20 people came out, 20 people in attendance, and it was also attended by Infrastructure Ontario and the Ministry of the Attorney General. So I don't know. I can't speak to that. It was years ago on how aggressively it was promoted and marketed, but it's certainly not well attended, and we didn't get the message out. You know, I think it's important to remember that when it comes to the court system, many people attend court on their dates, and there's adjournments. There could be multiple adjournments. People could be traveling from the far reaches of the city down to the inner court to go from adjournment to adjournment. And, you know, we also haven't talked about jury duty and the potential that that jury pools also come from all over the city, and they have to meet at the main courthouse on University Avenue. I've been called to jury pool a number of times. And, you know, to go all the way from the inner suburbs to do a jury pool, you're going back day after day until you're selected. You know, if my memory serves me correctly, when the Metro Zoo was built, the plan was to shut our neighborhood zoos. I think High Park Zoo, Riverdale Zoo. If I'm leaving one out, I do apologize. At the end of the day, Torontonians realized how important that was to keep their local zoo. And I think it was an important message that we are a neighborhood of neighborhoods, and that to keep these government assets in our local neighborhoods is very important. Nothing before us is precluding the completion and occupancy of the main courthouse that's being built behind City Hall. The current court facilities in the old City Hall will move over. That building will thrive, and it will be packed with lawyers and judges and people facing the justice system. There's nothing here that stops that or mothballs that or turns it into a white elephant. But I think 10 years from now, we'll look back, if we close these neighborhood courthouses with this growing city, I will look back and we'll say that was a big mistake, because they'll no longer be operating, they'll no longer be available, and access to justice will be impaired. So I think it's very important that we take a closer look at this. We work with the province, and we ask the city manager to look at the options before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Are there any questions of the mover? Not questions of the mover. You want to speak, Councillor Nancy, or do you want to ask a question?
Questions of the mover?
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Pasternak. So I'm just trying to understand the intent of your motion. Are you asking the Attorney General to review the operation of the court system after the public consultation? You're not asking, your intent is not for us to take over operation of the courthouses?
We're asking our city staff to come back with a feasibility report on what we can do with these facilities going forward. And I think that would include keeping them as local courthouses. I hope it's a fulsome discussion and keeps all options on the table.
Sorry, so the intent of the motion is for our staff, I guess, from facilities and real estate, or, you know, stemming from the city manager's office, is to review these buildings and see if we can move into them? Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor. Could we just see the motion at that for just 1 minute? Because I think it is not clear, and I think we should be looking to ask the province about what they would intend to do with these as opposed to us, because and
that's the problem I'm having, Mayor Tory. Like,
when it solves the problem, Councillor Ainsley had said to explore with the province.
Yep.
Yeah, then
if we could take city manager out of there, I think. Replace city manager with the province.
Request the city manager to explore with the province the feasibility. I'm just trying to expedite because we're taking a lot of time, because they are provincial courthouses. Councillor Pasternak, are you willing to make that amendment to your motion?
That's a friendly amendment.
That's entirely, and the decision to keep them open is entirely provincial. Okay, are there any other questions of the mover? or others to speak? Councillor Thompson, did you want to speak? And we'll just get that change made while you're speaking. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to speak to the issue that while we've known about this issue of the province's intent to consolidate, we've heard from the staff, we actually didn't know what the definition of consolidation is. We didn't know what that meant from the province, quite frankly. We spent a lot of time at the city focusing our attention on the old City Hall courthouse in terms of that becoming vacant. And what types of usage. The conversation with respect to the courthouse was around, this idea that the province obviously would have this new spanking building on behind City Hall that is $1 billion. Of course, no one knew at the time what the value was. I didn't know what the value was. The zoning bylaw that's been mentioned and staff indicated that, we were aware of the mention that the consolidation was going to take place. Even the Chief Crown at the time, this is Ms. Loparco who spoke to us earlier, he wasn't aware what consolidation meant. The Crown attorneys in Scarborough, North York, and other areas didn't seem to know either. Not sure how it was possible that we fully understood the magnitude of what consolidation meant. I think what we're trying to do here is trying to draw to the province's attention that the decision is going to have a significant impact on the operation of our Toronto Police Service, the costs of policing, the impact on the communities as a whole, residents having to go all the way downtown to hear their matters, and maybe their matters may not be dealt with that day. They have to leave, they'll have to come back. We've heard from Mrs. Loparco about jobs, and we've looked also with respect to the issue around the pandemic. This does pose a challenge for us. And in as much as there were information that was made available, the details of such information was not available for us to be able to, to be informed and to make better decisions. We have more information now, and we're asking that the province review the decision not to close the large court that they're investing $1 billion in the downtown area down, but also at the same time, we have in Scarborough. There are 630 or 40,000 people living in Scarborough. Yet when they have a legal matter, they would all have to make their way to downtown Toronto for their matters to be heard. I think that is not necessarily the most efficient way to operate the justice system. And certainly this is something that we need to have the province review. I do think clearly that the courts can operate in a that would still take place. In fact, I have met with the owners of the land where the courthouse is on Eglinton Avenue, which is at 1911 Eglinton Avenue. It's in the ward of Councillor Crawford. The owners there have indicated, and in fact have put forward a letter, or putting forward a letter, to the province then, and I understood that there were discussions that are taking place with the Attorney General about this matter, and it's been stated to me, how accurate this is, that he has indicated that he would be interested in taking a look at that if, in fact, there was no cost to the province in terms of building a new courthouse in Scarborough. I do think that the people I do think the other areas of the city warrants a second look at this, and I think this is what this is all about. And so we were a little concerned about this, the solicitor indicating that she was unprepared or unwilling to send a letter to the province, ask for a review of this matter, simply because we've got some, and again, these are just my words, but we've got the zoning bylaw, and yes, we've got some Section 37, some trees and what have you. I don't know what else we got from that, but this does create a great impact to a lot of our residents, and I think it's up to us to take a review of that. I'm encouraged by the city manager's willingness to send a letter and to open this matter up for further dialogue with the province. I think it is something that we need to do. I will support Councillor Pasternak's motion with the change.
Okay, that takes us to the 5 minutes. Were there others having the intermittent sound issues with Deputy Mayor Thompson, or is it just me? Okay, we heard most of 95%, Deputy, 95% of what you said. Now, I understand that was Speaker. I understand Deputy Mayor Manawong was having technical problems, and he had a question. Are you there now, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I am. I just, I don't want to belabor this. I think it's taken a lot longer than we thought it would, but I did have, it's unclear in the motion. You could read it two ways. To enter into discussions about the courthouses as courthouses or as something else. If you read the motion, it's unclear whether you want them to continue as courthouses.
I think the word courthouse is in the motion, is it not? That was a question of the mover. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Pasternak?
I thought it was I thought it was clear that we want to retain, our first preference is to retain them as courthouses. If the city manager comes back and says they're parole officers or they're parking enforcement officers, there's always a plan.
But that's fine. I just need to be clear on that. If it's for courthouses, it's for courthouses. For some other use, I could vote another way. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Other speakers? Okay, then I think what we're ready to do is call the question on first Councillor Pasternak's motion as it's been friendly amended. Can we put that up, Madam Clerk? I think it's fairly clear there, Deputy Mayor, retaining neighborhood courthouses. I'll call the question on this motion, if we can.
Can we have a recorded vote, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, of course.
Please.
So, Mayor Tory, just on a point of order, I thought the motion was being changed to request the province and not the city manager.
I'm sorry, I didn't even focus on that because I assumed that had been done. Can we see it again, please, Madam Clerk? I'm sorry. I thought that was done. I just can't imagine why it wasn't. Explore with the province the feasibility of those are the two changes that were made, Councillor Ainsley. They were made.
I saw a different motion pop up on my screen a moment ago.
Okay, there we go. All right, so we're ready to call the question on recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
All those in favor of the motion? Councillor Ainsley, Mayor Tory, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ballard, Councillor Crawford, and Councillor McKelvey. Those opposed? Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. The motion carries 7-1.
Okay, and then the motion as amended, the matter as amended by that motion. I'll just call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Now Councillor Pasternak, you're holding down item 24.2 for some questions.
I did start until we ran into some technical problems, so I'm going to make this very quick so we don't take too much time with it. But my question, whether it's the city manager or the city solicitor, or maybe the city clerk, the nominations for the next municipal election open up in less than a year, and we have yet to hear from the Supreme Court on the configuration, on their ruling on the configuration of that election and potentially a future council. Is there any indication that we'll be hearing anytime soon, and are preparations ongoing for a potentially different size of council?
I'm happy to start answering that question, Councillor, through the chair, and I'll ask the solicitor to weigh in if I've missed anything. We anticipate a decision from the Supreme Court by the end of this year. The city solicitor has certainly made the timing of the election known to the court, and Toronto Elections is currently planning for either ward option, both 25 and 47, to make sure that we're prepared for either of those decisions.
Just a follow-up, end of the year sounds like December. That could be earlier. Is that enough time to with nominations opening up by the just after the first quarter of 2022. Is that enough time to prepare?
Through the chair, we are hopeful that we'll get a response prior to December, but we certainly, I think that would be the latest, and that is enough time. Again, we're fully engaged in our preparations for the next general election, and we're keeping ourselves open to both of those ward options, and I feel confident that as long as we have a decision by the end of the year, our planning won't be impacted.
So just very quickly, there's a reference to mail-in balloting in this report, and it seems to have gone very well. Were there any problems with it?
Through the chair, no, there weren't any problems with it. It was the first time Toronto had utilized mail-in ballots, and we did that because of the pandemic. And we did purchase off-the-shelf application that supported the mail-in ballot process, and it went very well. The only comment I would have, and it wasn't a problem, it is quite resource intense to do mail-in voting. You have to make it public and accessible to candidates and scrutineers. You have to open all the envelopes. You have to tabulate them. So other than the resource intensity, everything else went very well.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. I should point out, by the way, I think I'm correct in saying this, that the point of law the Supreme Court is dealing with deals with the impact during the circumstances where the campaign was underway and there were candidates registered and so on. So I think that even if they rule on that point of law, I'm not sure it calls into question the validity of the change as much as that's part of what we were fighting. Anyway, I'll just leave that for the lawyers to sort out, and we'll hear from the court when we hear from them. Are there any other questions, comments? Do you wish to speak on this, Councillor Pasternak?
No, that's fine.
Then I would ask that someone move the staff recommendation, which I believe...
Mr. Mayor, Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Carol.
Oh, sorry, I just can't see you there, Councillor Carroll. Go ahead.
Sorry, I sent my email, but I don't think they've received it in time. I would like to speak to the item. I don't have any questions.
All right. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know. Executive members have a lot to deal with, so I don't know if they have all read this report. It was my motion that asked for staff to review the New York model. And I've met with Fiona and with respect, we agree on a lot of things, but we don't agree on this one thing. I am very concerned about what our elections will look like now that the province have given us these giant super wards. As an incumbent, I actually think it's bad for democracy that I will have as much incumbent advantage as I have. And I think we should all be concerned about it. If we really are looking for the future of the City of Toronto to be reflective councils, we should think long and hard about this. We have supersized wards now, and we don't fundraise until May the 1st. And I don't see how anyone is able to catch up with us unless we look at ways that level the playing field. And that's exactly what the grant program, as opposed to a rebate program in New York City, sought to do many years ago. It has made a highly accountable election. Many candidates, as Fiona found out, 54% pay penalties, one kind or another, for even the slightest infraction. But they do so not by going through a long and involved court process, but simply by going through a campaign finance authority board. Things are heard, every little thing is corrected and dealt with before your next election would happen. But what is also true is that going after the community, smaller donation becomes a thing that anyone can do. And people who hope to enter the arena have a greater chance of competing, even though we now have wards the size of France. $25 brings back a $75 public contribution to the candidate, but only after the candidate agrees to submit all of their records pre-election and to have those audited and posted publicly so that people know where we're coming from and who represents us before they vote for us on election day. That, to me, is a set of antidotes to the supersized wards and the incumbent advantage that we have in this new city hall that the province created. whether we liked it or not. That's the very thing we're fighting in court right now. Did they even have the right to do that? They have created pretty daunting and unfair political situation in the city. And so I really think we should be looking at this. And while the report that staff have delivered does not recommend that we make this change for 2022, I'm asking councillors and community members to read this report, read the attachment that shows you the way it works, and really think about this as we enter into our next election, because we're not going to make changes at this point. We will have enough on our plate, as the report goes on to explain, we'll have enough on our plate to create a fair and open election in the post-pandemic world. God willing, it's post-pandemic. That's challenge enough. But we have got to, at some point in time, and I would suggest it's immediately after the next election, if not sooner, we have to begin to look at what would be the most ideal and fair form of election financing and election management for this new 25 council supersized ward. Because as it turns out, who knows when we're going to get our legal decision. We may be this type of council for a little while longer, and it will then probably take, if we want to take our court decision, I'm hoping it's successful, but if we want to review after that, it'll be another several months after that. So we really need to look at election finance reform if we're serious about a fair council election that leads to a diverse and representative council. After our time is done, we should see a council becoming more and more reflective with every council election. That's my goal. That's all I'm asking, is that people read this and think about it for the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Are there any other members or visiting members wishing to speak on this? Okay, then can I have someone move the recommendation, which I believe was to receive
Sorry,
this?
I had my hand up. I don't know if it's not showing on your screen.
I'm sorry, Councillor McKelvey. I can't see you because I'm back now on an iPad. I can't see everybody. I apologize. So I will ask that I can see some members, but not all, unless I scroll back and forth. So if you speak up as you did, then it'll help me a little bit. So yes, you go ahead then, Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Carroll, for your remarks. I agree the size of our wards are going to be a problem. People used to think of municipal politics as the entry level, and then you might go on and move to a provincial or federal level. It was thought to be, the level of government that's, closest and in touch with the neighborhood. It was the local community heroes that went on, and because they were championing a local issue. I'm worried that the future we're going to have is the only people that will be competitive are people that were provincial representatives or federal representatives, and then they'll be moving to City Hall. They're the only ones that are going to have the ability to gain name recognition through a party system at another level and then come forward. So hopefully we can move towards some combination of a different financial system for raising money, like the New York system. I appreciate that we need the provincial government to change that to make it happen. Likewise, ranked ballots or term limits. But at some point, I think we're going to see that there's no ability for the local person to get in anymore. And I'm worried that we're going to end up having people come from other areas that are going to come in, or they were an MPP somewhere else or an MP somewhere else that'll come in to represent the riding, as opposed to somebody that lives there, works there, day to day, has kids that go to school there and really understands the issues. So anyway, I do hope we'll continue to have this conversation and look at this for the future.
Thanks, Councillor McKelvey. Any other members wishing to speak on this matter? Speak up if I can't see you. Okay. Then we're ready then to look at the, let me just have a quick look here. Yes, we're just, somebody would move that this be received for information, moved by Deputy Mayor Thompson. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Pardon me. That brings us then to item 24.3, Ontario Place redevelopment update, on which we have 4, 6, 7 deputants, and so we would, as we ordinarily do, proceed to the deputants. First is Cynthia Wilkie. I ask our staff.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Cynthia, welcome, and thank you for coming, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Tory and members of Executive Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this issue. I am Cynthia Wilkie, and I'm one of the founding members of Ontario Place for All. Ontario Place for All came into existence in January of 2019 after the province announced its intention to redevelop Ontario Place. Our supporters are from all over Ontario and have come together through a desire to ensure continuance of the wonderful legacy of Ontario Place. Many thousands have engaged online and in person in sharing memories and hopes for the future of Ontario Place. And on May 13th of this year, over 300 people registered for a rally in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the May 22nd, 1971 opening of Ontario Place. Our core principles for revitalization align very closely with the guiding principles adopted by City Council in May of 2019. We are here today with a sense of urgency, as we have been told that the province expects to make an announcement about the future of Ontario Place very shortly. And we are very concerned about the direction that announcement might take, particularly in light of the lack of transparency and engagement undertaken so far. After 2 years, many rallies, thousands of letters, tens of thousands of social media pleas for engagement, the province has not shared any information with the public about the proposed developments it is considering for Ontario Place. And it would seem that the city is no better off than the public. 2 years after the call for development was released, after multiple promises on the part of the Minister and Premier to consult with the city staff report tells us that to date, no details of the proposals under consideration by the province have been shared with the city. Against this context, the proposed terms of reference for the city's engagement with the province need to go further in at least 2 areas in order to advance Council's May 2019 direction. The first has to do with the overall objectives for any redevelopment of Ontario Place. According to the text of the terms of reference, the city is to agree, as part of its bargain, that it will yield to the province the right to unilaterally determine the vision for the redevelopment of Ontario Place. The text does not appear to require collaboration with the city or the public in developing that vision, and does not appear to specifically require alignment with city priorities. How is yielding on that important point consistent with Council's direction from 2019, in which cooperation with the province was contingent upon adherence to the guiding principles set out in Appendix 3 to the staff report? In our view, those principles need to be restated as conditions for engagement in the terms of reference. How else will Council assure the community that those principles are still in play and part of the city's objective for this important asset? The second has to do with public engagement. City Council's 2019 principles included a requirement to make decisions about Ontario Place through a public process and with full transparency. We are asking that the requirement for an early and robust level of community engagement on the future of Ontario Place be added to the terms of reference as one of the conditions for city collaboration with the province. Transparency and openness, it is in regard to discussions between the city and the province. But where are the residents, the taxpayers, the voters, the users in the open exchange of information? Almost nowhere to be seen or heard. There is a reference to the possibility of a joint public engagement process, quote, when or as appropriate, unquote. That is the operative phrase. But having yielded to the province unilateral control of the vision and redevelopment of Ontario Place, the terms of reference also leave it open to the province to determine whether and when engagement is appropriate. That is not good enough, and certainly not consistent with either the 2019 Council direction or the city public engagement values. We fully appreciate the difficulty of negotiating with the province. We also appreciate the efforts that city staff have undergone to achieve a structured process for collaborative work. That is a constructive and important achievement. At the same time, we urge the city not to sell itself short in terms of what it can or should achieve on our behalf, even in this difficult context. Ontario Place is a priceless asset that can have long-lasting benefits for many generations if we get it right. It is important to remember that Ontario Place is not self-sufficient. The province cannot go it alone. It needs the city and its many technical services for any kind of development. We are asking the committee to consider recommending our suggested modifications to the terms of reference to strengthen its alignment with the 2019 council direction and the strong interests of the communities you represent. Thank you for your attention on this.
Thank you, Ms.
And if I can just add, this has to do with the next speaker. A little piece of information.
Well, I'm sure he can speak for himself, but what is it?
Well, no, the point is,
I gave you an extra 30 seconds, so.
Okay, sorry. The point is that he cannot speak for himself. I've just been advised that he is unfortunately unable to attend. And I just want to direct the committee's attention to his detailed remarks and along with the slide presentation that has been sent as correspondence to the committee. And that is Ken Greenberg, also a founder of Ontario Place for All. So I'm sorry for that, but I just...
No, that was very useful. You could have told me. It was actually saving 5 minutes, for investing 30 seconds and saving.
Oh, yes. I should have started with that.
And we will have a look at his written material. We thank you very much. He's certainly a person respected by us all. Thank you so much, Ms. Wilkie. And are there questions for Ms. Wilkie? I can't see everybody, so if there's somebody I see, no questions? Okay. Then if there are no questions, we'll move on with thanks to Ms. Wilkie. And if Mr. Greenberg is not able to attend, then he was next on the list. So we would go then to Suzanne Kavanagh, Ontario Place for All. Is Ms. Kavanagh available?
To the chair. Susan Kavanagh is connected. She will just need to hit the connect audio button at the bottom of her panel.
Ms. Kavanagh, you have to do something at the bottom of your panel to connect your audio. If you can hear me.
Susan Kavanagh, you've been provided with the audio panel. If you could please click connect audio in order to speak.
Why don't we work on that and see if we can go to the next person and come back to Ms. Kavanagh and we can get her sorted out. Is that okay with you?
Yes, Chair. The next speaker is connected.
Bill Greaves?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Greaves. Welcome. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes, and there may be some questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tory, and thank you, members of the executive, for meeting with me. My name is Bill Greaves. I'm a member of the board of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, and I'm speaking for that organization today, and also, in allyship with Ontario Place for All, and also just for myself, because Ontario Place has been a big part of my life, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the concerns that we've had from the provincial government has taken to date, and about the path forward that's charted by these terms of reference, and looking at how it's aligned or not with best heritage practices for this site, and also whether it's in alignment with the requirements under the Ontario Heritage Act. And then we have a few suggestions about how we might modify these terms of reference. First of all, I think everybody knows in this Zoom room, the importance of this site from a point of view of 20th century architecture and landscape and heritage. The city has recognized it and put it on its heritage register. The province has identified it as a heritage property of provincial significance. And internationally, recently the World Monuments Fund placed it on its 2020 Watch program with only 25 other sites of cultural heritage importance that need timely action in the entire world. So, I actually did as a little mental exercise, I swapped in the names of some of those other sites into the language of the terms of reference, and here's what happens. Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. Notre Dame is a unique waterfront asset. The property represents an exciting urban renewal and revitalization opportunity. Easter Island. The government of Chile declared its intention to initiate a structured process to identify potential private sector partners to support the comprehensive redevelopment of Easter Island. What would we think of those governments if they issued that kind of statement? It sounds absurd, and it is absurd. And the reason is it represents a fundamental conceptual error of the responsibility of governments for heritage sites. Governments are not owners, they are not developers, they are stewards of these sites for future generations. Once a site has heritage value, you are its steward, and the province is its steward. The terms of reference accepts this premise, and that is the wrong thing to do. It's a fundamental error. Fortunately, the correct way forward is actually laid out under the Ontario Heritage Act and in the standards and guidelines for the conservation of provincial heritage properties that the ministry itself generated, and that it has a duty under the OHA to follow. Now, the terms of reference says it's doing that. It says, as a provincial heritage property of provincial significance, this is the TOR, the redevelopment project will align with the province's standards and guidelines for the conservation of provincial heritage properties. That statement is an oxymoron because the goal, literally, in the standards and guidelines, it says, the purpose of these standards and guidelines is the appropriate conservation and management of provincial heritage sites. The word redevelopment is not used in the standards and guidelines because that's not an appropriate goal for recognized heritage properties like Notre Dame, like Easter Island, like Ontario Place. These are not things that responsible governments redevelop. So the standard guidelines also lay out methods. They say, what do they say you do? They say use under section C1, you start with a strategic conservation plan. Specifically, it says, for identified provincial heritage properties, prepare a strategic conservation plan to provide guidance on conserving, maintaining, using, and disposing of them. Well, we're 2 years in and there isn't a strategic conservation plan. Instead, we have an RFEOI that explicitly violates the requirements in the standards and guidelines. And here's some examples of how it does that. The standards and guidelines say when you lease it, you protect it. They say make provisions for effective protection of heritage attributes when granting leases, licenses, rights, or operating agreements affecting provincial heritage properties. But what does the RFEOI say? It says, there are no limitations on the use and or retention of existing assets on the site, with the exception of the Budweiser stage. Obvious violation of the standards and guidelines. The standards and guidelines say, keep its use. Well, when the use of a provincial heritage property is significant or of long-standing value and the property has cultural value because of that use, apply best efforts to continue that use. Well, the use of Ontario Place is a public park. It always has been, and that's always been central to its cultural value. But what does the RFEOI say?
I'll have to ask you to get ready to...
Oh no, I'm wrapping up. Okay, so there's no requirement to keep it public is what it says. So I'm just going to skip to the end. We ask you to do three things. Identifying the shared objectives and principles that heritage conservation is one, that one of the roles and responsibilities of the province is to maintain its heritage conservation, to maintain the value. And also to suggest, I would even suggest that you say that in accordance with the provincial standards and guidelines for the conservation of heritage properties, the province will prepare a strategic conservation plan detailing how Ontario Place will be conserved in accordance with those standards and guidelines. I realize that you guys are on a road trip together. When it's Ontario Place, the province may be driving, but you're in the car, you have the right to insist they follow the rules of the road, and it's best for everyone if you do insist on that. So please do go back to them with these points. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Graves. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Graves. Next, if the staff could see if Mr. Edward Dixon, Waterfront for All, is available.
To the mayor.
Mr. Dixon, is that you?
Have their audio panels. They just need to hit connect at the bottom of their panels.
And you'll keep an eye on Ms. Kavanaugh, will you as well? We get her.
The mayor, Susan Kavanaugh, is connected and able to speak.
All right,
let's go to that speaker.
Very well, we get Mr. Nixon sorted out. Ms. Kavanaugh, welcome to the committee. Thank you for coming, and you have 5 minutes to make your deputation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I have to say, kudos to the staff. There's nothing worse than when technology is not working with you, as I just lived that dream. I sent a letter this morning, and just a reminder that the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association is also a member of Ontario Place for All and Waterfront for All. So just quickly, because I owe you 2 minutes from the last time I overspoke at executive, we appreciate the efforts of City to engage with the provincial government and encourage that this engagement process be cooperative, transparent, and public, as previous speakers have already mentioned. We continue to be frustrated with the provincial government and their lack of transparency. And so Ontario Place for All was created then in December of 2018. And fast forward to now, we did just celebrate the 50th anniversary of Ontario Place with a forum. We are relying on the city to work with the province and to get the public engaged immediately. We suggest that the terms of reference needs to be stronger and that working with the province is essential more than ever. Since the city passed the motion 2 years ago, there's been little engagement with the public. And the key part is for the city to engage and to keep the central waterfront plan intact. This is an opportunity for the city to work and to lead the province in a public consultation as they need your help. The city has shown, and we know how to engage citizens and consult widely, and we suggest that the city should work with the province to greatly increase the public outreach and consultation for this site and for the citizens of Toronto. Ontario Place is an important part of our waterfront and our city, and what it's done in the next few months will set its rule for the next century. Toronto is a waterfront city. I moved here from Waterloo because Toronto is a waterfront city to get as close as I could to put my kayak in the water. And even looking around North America, you can see examples of waterfront cities and how they attract talent, increase employment opportunities, and increase economic development. Toronto post-COVID has a tremendous opportunity to ensure that we keep this waterfront and grow this asset. We know through our research with Ontario Place for All that investing in public parks creates just not more economic benefits than private development. It also creates better cities, which attract talent, something that cities around the world are competing for, and it helps create social cohesion. Pre-COVID, more people visited Ontario Place than the CN Tower, and we cannot lose this park and this opportunity to keep it public as it increases in value. The terms of reference need strengthening, and we need to be at the table with the province now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kavanagh. Are there questions of the deputy? Okay, I don't see anybody with questions. I'll thank you so much for your patience and for those submissions. That would bring us back to Mr. Nixon. Have we sorted out his connection to the audio?
To the mayor, Edward Nixon is still not connected.
Okay, keep moving then. Rick Amos, Westside Community Council. Is Mr. Amos available?
Mr. Amos had to leave the meeting.
Okay, then that would bring us next to Kathy McDonald, North Toronto Residents Association. Is Kathy McDonald available?
Kathy McDonald is connected. I'm now unmuting your mic.
Kathy McDonald, welcome. Hello.
I'm here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. So I'm speaking as the co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association, which represents over 30 residents associations in Midtown North Toronto and North York. So we're visitors to the waterfront. But of course, the waterfront is a very special resource for all our residents of the city. And Ontario Place has been a special jewel in the waterfront. And it's we hope that its redevelopment will build on its past successes. So we strongly support the city's efforts to insert itself into the provincial process, and also strongly support the additional recommendations that Cindy Wilkie has proposed. We support the key principles noted in the staff report that Ontario Place must be for all, be publicly accessible, and that Before any changes, there must be a thoughtful, comprehensive public review with a full and robust public consultation process. It must be driven, revitalization of Ontario Place must be driven by the public, not commercial interests. And it must be integrated with the revitalization of Exhibition Place, Celebrate Ontario, preserve the heritage landscape, including the Cinesphere, the pods, and the newly added Trillium Park, as well as acknowledge the waterfront's Indigenous heritage. So we encourage the city to play a major role in the process of redeveloping, revitalizing Ontario Place. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. McDonald. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay, let's just go back then and skip back to Mr. Nixon. Did we have any luck with Mr. Nixon? Any luck with Mr. Nixon?
Yes, Edward Nixon should now be connected by phone.
Mr. Nixon,
are muting the mic now.
Are you there, Mr. Nixon?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. Sorry for all the technical issues.
Okay.
And you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Your comments, 5 minutes.
Yes, my name is Edward Nixon. I'm speaking today on behalf of Waterfront for All, a community organization, nonprofit. Our members are other community groups and individuals stretching from the Rouge River to Etobicoke Creek. I'm also speaking strongly in support of the city's position. We were very pleased in January of 2019 to hold a rally to consider the future of Ontario Place when the province was first announcing its intentions to move forward with the plan. We had a very large meeting. People were broadly supportive of maintaining public access, public ownership, preservation of Trillium Park, and the heritage structures on the site. And that meeting also gave rise to our sister organization, Ontario Place for All, which you've heard from already today. We want to stress the importance of public access, the connection to trails, and a robust public engagement process has to be part of this conversation. And we also, of course, strongly support the idea of connecting any planning and considerations that the city is able to do along with the province in terms of Ontario Place with Exhibition Place. I know that that's the city's intent, and we just want to reiterate that we think that's extremely important, that both sites be considered together, and that and I'm also wanted to note that I'm pleased to speak to you today from the neighborhood of Birchcliff in Scarborough Southwest in Ward 20. Just highlighting the fact, as I think Speaker Cathy McDonald did as well, that Ontario Place and of course Exhibition Place are regional, citywide destinations and places of critical importance for everyone across the city. So we strongly encourage you to press on with your talks with the province and to insist on a robust public engagement process that gets people citywide involved in the considerations of the future of Ontario Place, along with Exhibition Place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nixon. Are there questions of the deputy? Okay, there are no questions of this deputy, so it means we can, I believe, move on. I think we're finished all the deputations. We did have one that didn't join us, and two that didn't join us. Mr. Amos has not come back by any chance, so I just want to confirm that.
To the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thanks very much. Then we would move to questions of staff. I see Councillor Cressy visiting with us, and you're most welcome, and please, over to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose I should direct questions to our Deputy City Manager, but Tracy, feel free to pass it over to David Stonehouse or Greg Lintern or whoever you think is best. Just the first, the city's interest as it relates to Ontario Place. Do we remain a landowner in any of the lands within Ontario Place?
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do understand we own about 2 acres of land in addition to 10 acres of water lot.
Okay, so our interest here, in addition to, what is connected around Ontario Place, such as Exhibition Place and servicing and all the rest, is also that we are a partial landowner in these lands. Is that right?
That's correct. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say our interest in Ontario Place is really the impact it has on our waterfront and the need for it to be considered in the whole precinct of Exhibition Place and everything on that, our interest in the waterfront.
Okay. And then just understanding the process to date. So am I correct in understanding that a call for proposals for the future of Ontario Place was issued by the province in 2019? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Given that we are a landowner, were we part of issuing that call for proposals?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as far as I'm aware, no. I'll ask one of my team to chime in if I'm incorrect. We certainly were aware of the proposal going out, but as the lands that are on Ontario Place are provincial, they were the lead. They are the commercial lead and owner, but I'll ask anybody to chime in if I'm incorrect in our engagement in that call for proposal. I guess not.
So does the call for proposals that's out, does that include the lands that are owned by the City of Toronto if we weren't involved in the call itself in issuing the call for proposals?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that one I'll have to ask either David or Sandra to assist me on specifics.
It's David Stonehouse through the chair. It would include the property, the land and the water owned by the City of Toronto.
Okay, so the provincial call for proposals that we weren't engaged in includes our land, some of our land, that's correct?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, and so the call for proposals, it was issued in 2019. What are the proposals? Have we received them?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that is a process still being undertaken by the province. We have not seen the proposals.
So the call for proposals, which includes city-owned land, we have not seen the proposals at city staff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not as yet, Councillor Cressy. What we've been focused on with the province is setting out, as you see in the report before you, the terms of reference for us to be engaged in the process that will carry on from here.
Okay. That helps to provide clarity. And so when and how we heard from some of the deputants, when and how will members of the public, and I will include in that councillors, be made aware of the proposals that have been submitted that we haven't seen?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly the issue of public engagement and local councillor and really council as a whole is one of the key elements that we're discussing with the province. And my sense is they're firmly committed to a comprehensive public engagement process and with council. The province has appointed a special advisor, former Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders, and certainly we've had a number of conversations about the importance of engagement. So I have no reason to not believe that they'll be doing a fulsome consultation effort.
Okay. Was it articulated in the terms of reference whether the proposals submitted will be made public? Is that included in the terms of reference? Or does the terms of reference only speak to whatever the province brings to us?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly I don't recall a very explicit statement regarding that. I think it's understood that at a point in time where it's appropriate and possible for the province to disclose the information on the proposals publicly and otherwise, they will do so. That's the only way we're going to be able to move the work forward, is to understand more comprehensively what it is that that is being proposed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Are there other visiting members of council? I can't see all the screens. I don't think there are any that want to ask any questions. If not, I can go to members of the committee wishing to ask questions. Councillor Pasternak, do you have your hand up there? No, you're just gesticulating.
I'm in a side conversation. Sorry, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
All right. No problem. I don't see any other hands then, in which case I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. So, the council approved a set of principles, and some deputants talked about those principles. And how does these terms of reference respond to those principles? Are you ensuring that those are, because I don't see them here in the terms of reference. They mentioned that, and it's true. So how are you ensuring that you're following council's guidelines on those principles through these terms of reference?
Great question. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bylaws. Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly the council direction of those principles was the foundational starting point for us from the city side. We believe through the terms of reference that majority of council directions have been reflected either in whole or in part. There may be a couple of aspects that were not. Certainly one of the directions of council was for us to develop a strategy to jointly plan Ontario Place and X Place. That was not done in the front end. I would argue or posit that the conversation that we're having with the province now on how things are moving forward is being done with the context of Exhibition Place. And as you see, Exhibition Place is represented on the Executive Steering Committee. So I think we have done a fairly decent job of reflecting the direction of council. It certainly guided all and continues to guide all of our discussions with the province on this particular file.
So are you going to be sitting at the table with that mandate, that your mandate are those principles? Is that the reason why they're not incorporated here in the terms of reference? Is that basically it's a given? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly the terms of reference speak to how we are going to engage with the province and move this forward as representatives in this effort undertaken by City Council direction. Those are our guiding principles, absolutely, as city staff.
Just curious as well, you have different agencies involved in here, but I didn't see Creatio, which is our real estate agency. So they've been involved in lots of projects, but I don't see them involved in here. So I'm just wondering why.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, great question. Certainly there is reference to us needing, when we need to bring in other subject matter experts, or there is an issue at hand that would require Creatio or any other agency or division of the city, they would be brought into the discussion. Not identified. Our key stakeholder outside of the city proper was really Exhibition Place. But certainly Creatio as our landowner has always got a place at a table as appropriate with us.
Yeah, I think I'm more concerned about the city building exercise. I mean, for me, I see this as, you know, if the principle is to develop Exhibition Place and Ontario Place in a way that they speak to each other, they're connected, they're integrated, they tackle, you know, it's going to be a huge part of our recovery, right? It could be an amazing project. I think that having the person that is in charge of all that real estate, well, the organization, I think it's quite important. I just couldn't understand why I didn't see it there.
Right. So to you, Mr. Mayor, I think fundamentally, because the responsibility for Exhibition Place is with Exhibition Place, and certainly our city planning division extremely well represented through this process. So we felt that broader city building interests were well represented, and the specifics for Exhibition Place, which is why CEO Don Boyle is on the executive steering, but happy to include whomever we feel is necessary when it's appropriate and where we need them.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm hoping you can hear me okay.
Yep.
Okay, great. Maybe I'll turn my video off, then perhaps that might be better. But through you to we talked a little bit about the guiding principles and so on. That's terrific, and the additional ask of council. But what I wanted to understand, the province has obviously put out a call for development. It's being overseen by IO. I'm just wondering, were we involved in that particular process? And if so, why not? And the fact that I'm concerned with, our position with this sort of relationship, if you will.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as I say, I can ask David Stonehouse to articulate specifically to what extent we may have been involved in the call for proposal. I was not engaged at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, we were not involved in any way in the call for development proposal document or the related process. And the process is commercially confidential. That's been the view communicated by provincial officials from the beginning.
So then, as part of going forward, does the province have that authority to essentially keep us out of aspects that they don't want us to either know or perhaps not wanting us to be part of? I don't understand this opportunity in terms of our engagement. Is that actually a place which is a significant asset for this city and has great impact to so many people, not just those living by the waterfront?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, part of what you said cut out, but I think I got your intention. While we may not have been directly involved in the call for development proposal process, we are actively engaged now in the work that is going to be going forward. And I think it's critical that we are participating in this. And I believe the province is in agreement that it's critical that the city is at the table. Now, while we may not have been initially, we certainly wish to be and need to be there now in representing councils and the city's interests.
Okay, so has been allocated with funding as part of our work. What will these funds be utilized for, and how will we actually see sort of the benefits associated with that? And have we budgeted totally for that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Mayor, through you. Yes, that we do have those funds. It's to support additional staff resources under our Waterfront Secretariat and the exemplary leadership of David Stonehouse. There's a lot of moving parts to this project, a number of working tables, a lot of work to be done, as you've articulated and has been articulated, related to site servicing, heritage, ensuring the master planning with exhibition place. So those couple of resources which are funded and are planned for are for those purposes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
The Deputy Mayor, are there other members wishing to ask any questions? I just have a couple, if I may. First of all, I'm assuming this was not only a negotiation, you might just talk about it, but a lengthy negotiation of these terms of reference. And would you be of the view that these terms of reference and what they contain are kind of as much as we think we could achieve in terms of some of the questions that have been asked this morning and other matters?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it has taken us quite a bit of time. It might seem like an easy exercise, but it was critically important for us that we did reflect the directives of council and the objectives and principles that the city has in respect to the waterfront. It's been a very constructive and positive discussion thus far, and I'm sure that it will continue to be going forward in these terms of reference as the starting point for that reference, that intent.
There's kind of an allusion in the document where there's a reference, for example, to city permitting and services, for example. But would you say that the people you were sitting with doing the negotiation of the terms of reference would be aware of the fact we're a landowner, and therefore, that gives us a degree of, trying to think of the right word, responsibility for what follows, and also that we would be necessary partners for proper servicing and permitting of whatever goes forward on Ontario Place? Would you say they're aware of that?
To you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. They are critically aware of that. I think the province recognizes that the city need the city as a partner in this for all of those reasons that you've listed.
Okay. And there may be some who would suggest that we'd be better off to not proceed under these terms of reference and maybe just sort of operate, I'll call it, from the outside. Would you say would be your judgment, having been through the negotiations, having listened to their approach, including the answer to the last question, that we're better off as a city at the table under these terms of reference than, say, not being at the table?
To you, Mr. Mayor, 100%. I think it's vital that we are at the table participating and directing and informing and guiding, just as we do with so many other initiatives around the city. We need to be there, in my humble opinion.
Thank you. Just two more questions. One, do you see any trouble with us involving Create TO, as an expert resource? Deputy Mayor Vilo asked you about that, and do you see any trouble in involving them? And was there not being, for example, specifically given a seat at the table, more just how many people were at the table as opposed to anything else, and that they will be involved on an as-needed basis?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I love how you answer my question for you. Absolutely. Create TO is a key partner for us. It was no deliberate exception of them from the process, just to balance the numbers and the people we need at the table for the bulk of the issues to address. But absolutely, Create TO always has a place where it makes sense that we have them involved. Absolutely.
And final question: if you, if we see any trouble, or if we just think it's a good idea, do you see any trouble with us embarking on some sort of consultation process with regard to the future of Ontario Place as a city and as one of the parties at the table under these terms of reference, and informing that table and informing the province of the results of that public consultation, so that if we feel we need to engage in some different or more extensive public engagement process, that we would be able to do so as a city and feed that information into the table?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, while we may not have an explicit plan for that right now, nothing precludes us from doing that which we feel is necessary to inform the discussions at the table and what is a critically important piece of our waterfront. So as needed, but I can say that the province is committed, and we have committed to jointly discussing many of these things, and the public engagement for us is always a driver to inform our decision making. So I think we can do whatever we feel is necessary when it's necessary to advance the project appropriately.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Anybody else with questions? Well, then we can move to speakers. Councillor Cressy, did you wish to speak? Please, go ahead.
Please.
Yep.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Tracy Cook and David Stonehouse, and to the deputants as well. Listen, Ontario Place, it represents 155 acres of public land on the waterfront in the heart of our city and province. It's a magnificent place. It's as many of you will have been and seen, the new Bill Davis Trail is spectacular. The heritage is unrivaled. It's also long overdue for a reimagination. And there's been many conversations. Mr. Mayor, I remember years ago, you led a task force around reimagining Ontario Place. It is overdue for a reimagination and a revitalization, notwithstanding the exceptional existing attributes we have today. And so when you revitalize something as significant as 155 acres of public land on the waterfront, well, you only get one chance to do it right. And so I think it's critical in this enterprise, in this exercise, that we get it right. Now, as you've heard in questions there, and it speaks to it in the report, while the province owns the vast majority of the Ontario Place lands, they actually don't own all of it. We own 2 of the 155 acres of land. We also own 10 acres in the water lots. But of course, this isn't about land ownership. It's about integration and how Ontario Place is integrated within our city and along the waterfront, adjacent to Exhibition Place and so forth. And so when it comes to our city's participation in this, I think we should be very proud, going back to 2019, in the work our city has done. We established in 2019 a subcommittee on the future of Ontario Place. We held public meetings. City staff, based on their analysis, their work, and that public consultation, set forth a series of guiding principles that we as council endorsed that should guide this ultimate revitalization, that there should be public access, that there heritage preservation, that it should be year-round, that we need robust public engagement, and we should integrate it with thinking around Exhibition Place. Those are really important guiding principles. And so what's in front of us here today with the terms of reference, I'll tell you where I think it's a good step. I think it's a good step, first and foremost, that we are formally going to be at the table. This will not succeed if this is being done on its own by the province. And it won't succeed for the residents of our city or this province or for our corporation. And so I think it's a good, important step that we're at the table. I think it's really important that the TOR has set forth the terms of reference based on our guiding principles that we endorsed as a council. I think those are important and necessary steps, and I want to commend staff for their hard work on that. I will tell you that I think there is room for improvement, especially on the issue of public engagement. Because who's not at the table right now and who has not been at the table since the call for proposals from the province went out is the public. And so public land demands a public process. When we deal with public land at Create TO, there's a public process. When we deal with public land at Waterfront Toronto, there's a public process. And to date thus far, when it comes to these critical Ontario Place lands, there has not been that public engagement. And so at council, working closely with many of you and the mayor, I will be working to bring forward a motion speaking directly to that area for improvement. I would simply close in terms of today, Ontario Place, it deserves a grand revitalization. And I think it also deserves to remain a place for all Ontarians. And our task is to get it right. And I think as a city, we should continue to proactively work to articulate our vision, our objectives, and to seek to ensure that they are implemented. And I can tell you as a councillor, I'm prepared to champion and work towards those in the city and with the province. And we should all be aware that if what comes back from the province, if they go off course, if it's not right, then as a city, we must be prepared to push back. But that's not where we are today. Where we are today is the opportunity to do something great. Let's work and drive towards that. And at council, I think let's work to improve the ability to engage the public, because that's critical if we're going to get this right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Others wishing to speak? Okay, well, if there's no one else, I don't see anybody waving their hand, Matt. I'll just say a few words, and then I think we can finish this item by lunchtime. May I just say that I think there will be probably some motions that will be forthcoming at council to give life to some of what a number of people have talked about this morning, and my questions were directed at this as well. We heard mentioned by Deputy Mayor Bylaw. I'm not sure we need a motion on this because I think you've heard staff assure us that Create TO, which is our strategic land utilization organization, if I can call it that, landowner, that they would be involved on an as-needed basis, but we could perhaps confirm that just so it's in the wording of some of our own internal documentation to ensure that's happening. I think you've heard a couple of references to some kind of enhanced public engagement, and I think you've heard the city staff say, as we know, that we have the ability and the capacity to best of public engagement at our order of government. And so if it's necessary for us to do that, because we feel that what's being done by I'll call it the joint exercise, because Ms. Cook indicated that, of course, the province wants to do some measure of public engagement as well. I think you heard Ms. Cook indicate that the principal mandate she would feel that she had at the table would be the guiding principles set out by the City Council. And, while you might make an argument, and some have today, that including some of the deputies, that it would have been better if we were going to try and do all this in a coordinated manner together with the exhibition place and taking into account the city's guiding principles, as it were, for us to have been involved in the RFP process. We weren't. It is at a stage where it's been moving along, I think, very slowly, most would comment on. But I think now it seems very timely, since the results of that process have not yet come out, that we would be establishing this table with the terms of reference that have been very carefully negotiated. And I want to commend our staff for all the work they've done on this, getting it to this point. And then I think you heard Ms. Cook as well answer my question, which was quite deliberately asked, that first of all, we've probably gone about as far as we can in terms of the wording of what is already a fairly complicated set of terms of reference that go on for several pages. But more importantly, I think, and Councillor Cressy said this as well, that it's better we should be at the table and sitting there and able to articulate our guiding principles, able to be aware of what's going on by way of public engagement, and if we're not satisfied, move as a city government, as we can well do, and quite frankly, able to assert our interests. And our interests are many, but up to and including the fact that we are, as the document does acknowledge, a landowner in part, and a necessary partner, I think was the way somebody put it, maybe it was Ms. Cook, saying that we obviously had to be involved in servicing and permitting and various other things. I will just tell you, and again, these are in a way anecdotal, but I think they're not without meaning. The discussion that I've had, which has not been extensive with the Premier about Ontario Place and an exhibition place from the beginning, has been one even back sometime that was not adversarial, that he understood, because I made the case to him that I thought what we mustn't do is we mustn't, I had very strong views myself because I'd run a previous exercise on this and because I was so opposed to a casino on the waterfront. And, I made that very clear to him, that view, and even on that, he wasn't hugely resistant from the beginning. And of course, they subsequently ruled it out. But I think the other thing that he understood very well is it just doesn't make sense from the standpoint of one of our most precious, or two of our most precious assets, Exhibition Place and Ontario Place, for us to be off doing this kind of without meaningful discussion with one another. It just makes no sense. I mean, you could end up literally where one inadvertently obstructed the other, or sort of diminished some purpose that one will serve. And so, we'll see. I mean, we'll go to the table and we'll see how things are there, and we'll put our best foot forward. And I just wanted to say that I think at council there will be probably a couple of motions that will deal with some of these matters, like public engagement and so on, to sort of make clear our voice in approving the terms of reference, which I assume will be done at council, is with a couple of suggestions that will improve how the whole process can operate. But I just believe very strongly we have to be at that table. I believe going in, I have no indication we're not going to be received in a good faith manner at that table, but we shall see. And we have our interests there, which we will protect in advance, as I'm sure our representatives see fit. So I will conclude on that note and see if there's anybody else before we call the question who wants to say anything. Okay, let me just go flip to the recommendation here. Sorry about that. There we go. So there are some recommendations to be found on page 4 of the report, approving the reference terms, authorizing the city to execute them, and coming back to the executive committee in the fourth quarter of 2021. So it's just a few months from now, with an update report on what the priority areas for collaboration are on the Ontario Place redevelopment. And that's what we'll go forward to council for further discussion. I'm ready to call the question on that if you're ready. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. It's 12:26. I'm willing to be entertained coming back 15 minutes earlier, or just leave it at an hour, and people think that's its minimum time for lunch. But I think we've got the poverty reduction strategy, a couple of deputants, and then we have extensive number of deputants, about 10, I guess, on the trafficking items left. Are people content we should come back at 1:30? Yes? Okay, 1:30. Recess until 1:30. Thanks very much.
Test, test, test. 1, 2. Test. Pup. 1, 2. 1, 2. Test. Three, two, 1, 1, 1, 2. Test. Pop, pop. 1, 2, 3. Test.
development update. And that would bring us then to an item that you held, Deputy Mayor Thompson, EX 24.4, Bill 197, and growth-related funding tools updates. And there are no deputants on that, and I think you had held it for some questions.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. I wonder if you could maybe just give me a bit of an overview. Bill 197 is a replacement to Bill 108. Is that correct? And perhaps if you can just give me salient points with respect to both the respective bills 108 and 197 and what the impact is of 197.
So certainly through the mayor to you, Deputy Mayor Thompson, you are correct that Bill 197 does replace Bill 108, and a number of significant points are relevant. The Bill 197, in fact, I don't know if you recall, Deputy Mayor, but Bill 108 had a number of concerns that municipality was dealing with. And Bill 197 does address a substantial number of those things. For example, we're now able to use the tools in conjunction. There was a number of things that have been removed. The parkland provisions are still available to us. The the development charges, instead of being an excluded or a list of excluded, they now have a very specific list of the types of services that we are in fact able to fund from that perspective. The one area where there is some significant change is what's referred to as the CBCs. So that's related to, in previous years, it was Section 37s. It's a different approach. Now there is a capped limit on the land value of 4%, but there is a broader application. So there is going to need to be a significant amount of work through the project that the team is working on to have all of these tools work together to try to achieve the maximum amount of funding to pay for growth-related expenses.
Yeah,
I'm certainly happy to provide more specific comments.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, and that's really where I guess I'm trying to get to with respect to my question in terms of growth paying for growth, and whether or not this new change to Bill 197 actually allows us to do that. Because as you just talked a little bit about the Section 37 and capping, and we have the density bonusing, which we're using now. My question to you then, based on some of the basic math that I've done, where in some cases we've got, let's say, $15 or $20 million with respect to Section 37 based on the density bonusing, and we're looking at the 4% cap, it seems that the number would be much lower that we'd realize for, obviously, the CBC. And so that would have an impact on communities in terms of growing, would it not?
Through the mayor to you, Deputy Mayor Thompson, certainly you're correct, and your high-level math is correct. If we look just at Section 37 and the CBCs and the cap, I think you probably are correct. We do have to look at this, though, in a whole package, because there are certain other things. For example, the development charge, there used to be a 10% discount on self-services. That is no longer there. So we really need to look at this in its totality to be able to answer your question as to whether or not the new regime will in fact have growth pay for growth. It's certainly the expectation that we have through the process, and as part of the work we will do, we're going to make sure that we understand what the impact would have been under both regimes. So that I'm anticipating the question in later reports that I'm going to be asked, is this better or is this worse? I need to be able to answer that question.
Okay, fair enough. I think you've just answered that, because that was one of the questions I was going to ask you. And recognizing.
I'll make this, Deputy Mayor, I'll make this last question because they didn't start the clock, but I think it's been about 5 minutes.
I started mine. I started mine, so I'm always there.
So
this is the last question.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah, no problem.
And if I could ask the clerks to make sure the clock operates going forward.
Yeah. So you'll be coming back with a report that really looks at comparing and contrasting and giving us a better understanding in terms of where we are from a positional perspective in terms of what the sort of plus and minuses are as a result of the changes.
Yes.
And then we'll have an opportunity to ask the province to change things, or what will we do then?
Well, I can't presume to suggest what council would do and ask the province to do at that point in time. Our plan certainly has an interim report coming back to council, and then later on reports. A substantial amount of consultation will take place with industry, with community groups, and also our plan currently has specific plans to come meet with each of you to understand your particular concerns.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flynn. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Thanks very much. Other questions of staff on this item, Councillor Deputy Mayor Vila.
Thank you, Mayor. So right now we use Section 37 where the growth, there's actually the legislation gives us a radius to use that fund. So how, with the community benefit charge, how do we ensure that the community benefits charge is being used where the growth is happening, so that we're not actually using that for the state of good repair, but we're actually, ensuring that it's actually going to the communities that are feeling that growth?
Yeah. So thank you for the question through the mayor to you, Deputy Mayor Vila. So that's going to be part of the whole overall project review. The tools under legislation are very clear that they can only fund growth-related capital costs. So as part of the bylaw review and the related policies, we will have to ensure that that is in fact takes place. And more relevant to that would be the ongoing capital budgeting process will require that these funding tools, and that's really what we're talking about, is these sources of revenue are only used in those particular areas. So that would be part of the capital budgeting process that would take place on an annual basis.
Okay. Also, we started our work on the missing middle, and part of that work is also to do a review of how we're applying the development charges and the impact that is having on housing. Since we're doing so much work with this, it's a ton of work that this report has in here. Are you guys looking at that as well? Is that part of this work? Can we expect that you're reviewing and seeing the impact, since you are doing DC, CBC, all that stuff?
Yes, absolutely, Deputy Mayor. And, we work very closely with city planning relative to this work and the missing middle work. I guess and we'll continue to do so as it relates to DCs. I guess one point I would make on this is the CBCs, by way of legislation, probably don't deal with the missing middle because of the requirement for there to be five floors and 10 units.
Is more than DC.
Yeah, but absolutely, we're working hand in glove with city planning on that with respect to this work as well.
Okay. Another question I had was, so through the Section 37 agreements, we secure sometimes things that are not so much even monetary, right? Sometimes there's heritage attributes. There's a lot of things that are secured through the development that are attached to Section 37. So will staff be looking at ways for us as a city to secure things like that, other legal methods to secure things like that?
So through the mayor to you, Deputy Mayor Bilow, I'm going to ask Kelly Matsumoto from legal to answer that question, as you're asking for kind of a legal interpretation there. So Kelly, if you could step in for me, please.
Hi, can everyone hear me? It's Kelly. So the question is that we don't know for sure yet. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to, we're not necessarily going to be able to do it the way we've done it in the past with the ability to secure all these other items. I think, as you know, one of the things they've taken away in the legislation is the ability to register Section 37 agreements on title. So we can enter into a contract with the developer, but we don't have the way, the easy way that we've always had to bind future owners. So we're going to have to do a rethink of how we approach all of these and and how we enforce things going forward. And it's something that we'll have to look into, see if there's other legislative tools that we can use, and it'll depend on the circumstances. So it's part of what we're reviewing, for sure.
Okay. And if there's any asks of the province or recommendations, I guess they'll come through your reports if we need to put that.
I mean, we've asked them to please reinstate the ability to register agreements on title, and they haven't.
Yeah. Okay. And my last question is with regard to, you talk about the deferral program that we have, that's a big risk. But I thought this deferral program was just for rental, and we're actually securing it through letters of credit. So, and what is the percentage that we're having in this anyways? So why is it identified as such a big risk in here?
So, Deputy Mayor, I guess I'll start with why is this a risk? So from January 2020 until now, we've got just over 1,000 rental units that are subject to a deferral agreement, representing about $70 million worth of deferred development charges. So obviously that's a significant dollar amount.
Those are secured through letter of credit, right? We've secured them through letter.
By and large, in some cases. However, you still have either a 5 or a 20-year long process. So there is risk to the city. There are other types of deferrals that also exist. Again, the rentals are by and large the largest group, but we do have things like not-profit housing, long-term care facilities. And there's a number of site-specific type of deferrals. We'll be looking at this as part of the overall policy conversation that we will bring forward to council and say, how do we feel, or under what circumstances do we feel it's appropriate to defer or not defer? And obviously it would be council's choice as to whether or not they want to extend or contract that.
Thank you.
Are those your questions then, Deputy Mayor? You're done? Thank you very much. Okay, are there further questions of staff on this matter, Bill 197? Okay, if there, I'm sorry, Councillor Pasternak, go ahead.
So just very quickly through you, I just want to refocus on this daycare issue and registering on title. The daycares that I'm involved in are once the building is complete and occupied and approved for occupancy, it's then handed over to a condo board. The building is not going to be sold. It's owned by dozens of different owners. How could that daycare close under any kind of ownership change?
Well, through the mayor, councillor, I think you're referring to a situation where a community benefit has already been secured by an agreement and constructed and is up and running. So the new legislation would not affect benefits that have been secured and delivered and are already up and running. This is on a go-forward, this would be applied on a go-forward basis only, not on a retroactive basis. It would not reach back and affect benefits that have already been secured.
So let's say this legislation gets put in place and we're bound by these rules, and a building is proposed and we negotiate the building of a daycare. Is there any future point in time where that building can't be sold? It's not that kind of real estate asset. It's owned by hundreds of different people, run by a board. I don't see how they could possibly shut down a daycare that's built there and under lease.
Again, through the mayor, Councillor, you're identifying a situation that would not be impacted by this legislation. You're outlining a situation where an agreement has been reached, the matters have been secured, it may have been up and running, and this is not meant to be retroactive and reach back and affect existing matters that have been secured. Again, it's on a go forward basis.
Okay, we'll move on from there. That's a future discussion. I don't see any mention of Section 45. Is staff considering Section 37 and Section 45 interchangeable?
Through the mayor, Section 45 is related to securing of additional matters pursuant to a minor variance application. They're distinct tools. I do not believe, and Kelly can confirm, but I do not believe this legislation affects Section 45. This only affects Section 37 of the Planning Act.
Yeah, that's correct. That the minor variances under Section 45 are not impacted, and we can still enter into agreements for conditions to a minor variance, and they can still be registered on title.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Are there any other questions of staff on this matter? Okay, speakers? No speakers? Going once? Deputy Mayor Bylaw, go ahead.
I'll be brief, Mayor, but I just want to thank staff for the work that they've done up to here. There's been a lot of advocacy up with the province to have several changes done to this bill. We've had some changes done. You know, the park rate that we're going to be able to charge the alternate rate as well. There's been a lot of changes in what can be included in the community benefit charge. So those have been positive steps forward. I think there's still a big question if we're going to be exactly at the same point collecting the same funds that we would with Section 37. I think Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson questioned around that, and staff have identified that we're not 100% sure that we will be collecting the same amount of money, but there has been some changes in the legislation that have been going in the positive way. There's a ton of work that needs now to be put together over the next year on development charges and the CBC. And I think we all believe in this growth paying for growth concept. I just ask staff, as we are developing this as well, that we take in consideration that these policies have an impact as well on how, for example, we develop housing, we develop, certain programs, even creating jobs. I mean, there's a reason why we have the IMET program, that these things sometimes becomes incentives, and there's a reason why certain things, certain programs are put into place. I know that in the report, for example, staff identify the risk of the deferral program for rentals. But for example, this has been something that we've been hearing from the industry, that it was a major issue for them to build rental in our city. And as you will see by a report that is coming to planning and housing next year, this is an area where we still need to do more. We are not building enough rentals in our city. And programs sometimes such as deferrals are huge incentives. So balancing those things out and our risks in some of these policies, but ensuring that we're creating the environment for some of the things that we need in the city, such as rental, such as targeting the missing middle, point to some of the growth, incentivizing some of the growth in the areas of the city that are not growing. These are things that are important, and that when we're talking about development charges, when we're talking about community benefit charges, they are really important, and they have a huge impact on how these things happen. So I would just like to ask that this be taken in consideration. This is not only a numbers game, but these policies have a huge impact on economic development, on housing, on the creation of communities here in our city.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bylaw. Are there any other speakers? Okay, then if I can just find, here we are. Let's look here, sorry. I would then ask
for someone just to move that the report be received for information, moved by Deputy Mayor Thompson, and I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you. Next, we go to EX 24.8, which is the Poverty Reduction Plan Midterm Status Report. And there are two deputants to be heard on this. I presume everybody can hear that constant ringing of the people coming on and off the line. I don't know what that is. It can't be people coming on and off the line. There aren't that many of us on here. But anyway, maybe I could ask the staff if they could look into that. But secondly, do they have Mr. Bob Murphy from TTC Riders available to make his deputation?
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody.
Hey, you're most welcome here. You have 5 minutes to make your deputation, and thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you. My name is Bob Murphy, and I'm deputing on behalf of the TTC Riders and also the Best Brain Injury Society of Toronto Advisory and Advocacy Committee. I'm an Ontario disability recipient. Last spring, many of us lost our transportation funding because therapy programs were put on hold due to COVID. Although obviously this is a provincial issue, I'd like to express how the Fair Pass assisted myself greatly in my particular situation. As an Ontario disability recipient on the Forever Never housing list, 86.2% of my monthly assistance is forwarded for my rent housing. After my small-time, part-time employment that has clawed back 50% after $200 earned. Can anybody understand how dehumanizing this is? Well, back to my my point. With the access for my eligibility for the Fair Pass, I pay $210 instead of $650 of two fares of $325. With the discount program, I have. Sorry, I lost track there for a moment. It saves me $440 per 2 trips. It allows me more mobility. It keeps me more active. The same benefit should be extended to all low-income community members in Toronto. This is why we support extending the Fair Pass program and access for everyone receiving housing supports. That fact supports fixed and working poor families in Toronto. By the way, just to give you a reference, that $440 savings for me is a dozen eggs and 2 pounds of bananas, if you want to put it in that perspective. Any transit discount program needs to be implemented fairly for people who don't have the financial access to internet and online banking. We need to continue and make this greatly needed program inclusionary and accessible for all our community members that have mobility, low income, and internet restrictions. Mayor Tory and committee, if you had one choice tomorrow for one day, what would you choose, transit or food nutrition? This Fair Pass program has allowed me a little bit more of both. I cannot express enough how beneficial this program has been for me and many other community members. It's allowed me a wee bit more food security. Thank you everybody for your time and allowing me to speak today, and I'm willing to ask or address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. Are there any questions of Mr. Murphy? Well, thank you then very much for your patience, Mr. Murphy, and we'll move to the next deputant. Do you have available Lucy Drummond from TTC Riders?
To the chair, that speaker is not connected.
And not online either. Not apparently available to us.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. Well, then we'll move on from there. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Thompson. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering, the status update continues and talked a little bit about the expansion of the Fare Pass transit discount program, and that it is actually essential to, as we recover and rebuild. I just wanted to understand what are the sort of groups and or populations that are involved in the program now, and what other groups would be considered for inclusion going forward as a result of our efforts to recover and rebuild.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So currently, the program is open to all residents who are currently receiving ODSP, as well as Ontario Works. That was the first phase. The second is the second phase that Council approved and is in effect are for all residents who are low income and receiving a child care subsidy. During the budget process, you have agreed to expanding the current phase to include those who are receiving various housing subsidies. What we still need to do, so phase 3, is expanding the program completely to all those who are eligible. So those are low-income people who are below the low-income measure, plus 15%. To expand the program to that third phase fully would require an estimated $25 million additional dollars annually, like when we're at full take-up. It will also require us to put into place a technology that accounting services and the CFO is now secured, which is the automated income verification process using through Canada Revenue Agency. So Fare Pass is next in line to be able to use that process for this particular program.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, and thank you very much, Ms. Campbell, for responding to my question. No further questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Ms. Campbell. Any other questions from any other members? Okay.
To the chair.
Ben, yes.
To the chair, this is known from the City Clerk's office. I apologize for the interruption, but we believe we have fixed the issue with the speaker who was unable to connect. Lucy, if you can give us a moment, we can connect them to the meeting.
Thank you. How are we doing there with Ms. Drummond?
They are now connected. Lucy, I am unmuting your phone line.
Good afternoon.
Yes, hello, Mayor Tory and the members of the Executive Committee.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Drummond, you have 5 minutes to make a deputation. There may be a question or two, so thank you for joining us. Please go ahead.
My name is Lucy Drummond. I'm here today to speak to you about the Fare Pass program in the Poverty Reduction Strategy Update. The Fare program is an important discount in Toronto, and right now people are receiving Ontario Works, Ontario Disability Support Program, and the Child Care Free Subsidy can apply for the discount, which means you can pay for $2.10 for a single ride or $123.25 for a monthly pass. Most people can't afford the monthly. Now it's time to expand it and make it more accessible. The benefits of the Fare Pass would be extended to low-income people in Toronto and people receiving housing supports the City Council originally planned in 2016. So there are challenges to applying and renewing the pass, especially if you don't have online banking or live in the suburbs. Like Bob Murphy mentioned, people having trouble access with with the internet. The city should continue offering the option of mailing out programmed and validated Presto cards to ensure that there's access for everyone. The Phase 1 evaluation report found that the majority of the residents, which was approximately 75%, who were eligible to choose to receive the Fair Pass by mail. So the Ontario Human Rights Commission wrote to the TTC recently about the barriers created by the Presto system, which they wrote. One challenge presented by the Presto system is that it requires applicants to navigate multiple steps to obtain, load, and validate a Presto card and impose technical limits on the ability of city staff to help with its process. And in conclusion, I urge you to extend lower fares for everyone who needs them. Introduce a free TTC for people receiving social assistance and make sure that the accessibility issues are fixed immediately. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Are there any questions of the deputant? We very much appreciate your contribution. We thank you so much for being with us today and for your patience with the technology. Okay, so that's deputants. Are there any questions of staff? I know Deputy Mayor Thompson had one and was asked and answered. Are there any other questions of staff? Are there any speakers? Okay, if there are no speakers, then I will again see here now. We have a motion recommendation to receive the report and to request the medical officer of health to transfer some responsibility for the food strategy to SDFA. So those are the recommendations. Can I have someone move the recommendations? Moved by Deputy Mayor Thompson. And I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. Next, then that brings us to if I can just find the sheet here somewhere. There we go. It brings us to, I believe, the final item. Yes, which is the Bill 251 item EX 24.11. And this arose out of a letter from Councillor Wong Kim. I gather since then the bill might have been passed. I just don't know. Is Councillor Wong Kim with us for this item? Okay. What we do have, though, is we have a number of other people who are with us. And let me just get my list here. And we will deal with them as we normally do up front. And there are about 10 deputants. And so I will start and ask our staff members if they have Elaine Lamb from Butterfly. I'll just read the first three just so that we can see that they're hopefully getting lined up. Sandra Kahan Chu and Jamie Magnuson. Those are the first three. Is Elaine Lamb on the line from Butterfly?
To the chair, that speaker is not connected to this session.
So, okay. How about Sandra Kahan Chu?
That speaker is present and they've been provided with the audio panel. They just need to click on Connect Audio and we will be able to unmute them in order to speak. Sandra, if you could please click Connect Audio at the bottom of your panel and we can unmute you so you may speak. They've connected their audio. I am now unmuting their mic.
All right. Sandra Kahanchu, you're most welcome. You have 5 minutes to make your deputation. There may be some questions, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tory. As you mentioned, I'm Sandra Kahanchu, and I'm with the HIV Legal Network. We're grateful for the opportunity to make a submission today. The HIV Legal Network has been working in collaboration with sex workers to protect and uphold their human rights for close to 3 decades. And today we make the submission in support of Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam's recommendation and urge Toronto to denounce Bill 251 because we know it will have profoundly negative effects on sex workers, youth, and Black, Indigenous, and Asian communities, and also pose significant privacy concerns for everyone in Toronto, alienating people from vital municipal supports that the city funds without meaningfully addressing human trafficking. When Bill 251 was introduced, Minister Jones and other MPPs claimed it would be a key piece of legislation to end human trafficking in Ontario. They said, and I quote, "It would strengthen the ability of children's aid societies and law enforcement to protect exploited children and provide law enforcement with more tools to locate victims and charge traffickers." In reality, we know from history that the bill will completely undermine any efforts to address human trafficking by adopting a law enforcement model that increases surveillance powers for police and a whole new category of inspectors, and by reinforcing the conflation of trafficking with sex work. In Ontario, human trafficking investigations have manifested in high-profile campaigns, such as Operation Northern Spotlight, a yearly initiative undertaken by the RCMP, the OPP, and other police forces that have involved police posing as clients and targeting sex workers in their workplaces. Or Project Orchid, a project led by the Hamilton Police Human Trafficking Unit that claimed to be protecting the safety and security of potentially vulnerable women, but instead resulted in the arrest of numerous individuals regarding immigration offenses and the laying of bylaw infraction charges. Well, when Bill 251 was introduced, one MPP shared how she was part of a stakeout, observing police surveilling sex workers at every hotel in the Durham region. In her words, the clients were the average kind of guy, illustrating precisely the problem of how human trafficking initiatives have been conflated with sex work and justified the escalation of law enforcement intrusions in sex workers' workplaces. In a 2019 study of sex workers throughout Ontario that I co-authored, we found that human trafficking initiatives have been deployed as a pretext to monitor and interrogate sex workers and to discourage them from working. This was especially so for younger white women, whom law enforcement seemingly sought to rescue. In contrast, Asian women were racially profiled by law enforcement for the purpose of issuing tickets or identifying immigration infractions, and Indigenous and Black workers were themselves accused of human trafficking. As one participant from Toronto shared, I told police officers, if you gain sex workers' trust and you treat them appropriately, if you're so worried about women being trafficked, we're the ones that are right there in hotels and we can tell the difference way better than you ever could. Who wants to be there? And it kind of falls on deaf ears. They just want to keep that rescue mission going. Racialized and migrant trans women in particular have faced intense police profiling, including a presumption of involvement in sex work. One sweeping commonality was all sex workers' experience of law enforcement as a source of repression rather than protection. By granting additional powers to police and inspectors, Bill 251 will entrench a law enforcement model that continues to conflate sex work with human trafficking and embolden police and inspectors to further surveil, interrogate, detain, and deport sex workers, making it more difficult for sex workers to work safely. Sex workers are best positioned to observe situations of violence or exploitation, but the criminalization of sex work and traumatizing experiences of human trafficking investigations only serve to further marginalize sex workers from social supports in times of actual need. This bill would hinder the access of Toronto residents to essential social services that the city provides, including community agencies that support children, youth, and families experiencing violence or abuse, undercutting valuable networks of community support and contributing to the precarity that places people in vulnerable situations in the first place. We urge the City of Toronto to denounce Bill 251, insist on its non-enforcement by municipal actors, and to adopt a human rights-based approach to human trafficking that centers labor rights, migrant rights, and sex workers' rights, and addresses the numerous structural barriers that actually contribute to human trafficking, such as poverty, precarious immigration status, and lack of access to affordable housing, health, and social services. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, Ms. Kahan Chu. Are there any questions of the deputy? We thank you very much for being with us today. We appreciate that. The next two are Jamie Magnuson and Gary Kinsman. Is Jamie Magnuson available? No Pride in Policing Coalition?
That speaker is connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
Thank you. Jamie Magnuson?
Thank you very much. I'm here, and I'm very happy to be able to speak. I'll be speaking on behalf of the No Pride in Policing Coalition, along with Gary Kinsman, who will also be providing a deputation just after me. The No Pride in Policing Coalition, or the NPPC, is a queer and trans organization calling for defunding and abolishing the police and standing in solidarity with sex workers. We urge the City Council to condemn Bill 251 and the broader 5-year anti-human trafficking strategy that has a budget of $307 million at a time when communities locally and globally are calling for defunding of the police and abolishing police institutions. This legislation moves in entirely the opposite direction. Bill 251 involves inflating police and surveillance budgets, expanding police powers, and integrating policing and police or carceral logics into human services. For example, police will have the powers to apprehend and detain racialized, Indigenous, queer, trans youth and swoosh them into carceral-like residential housing for forced psychiatrized rehabilitation. In this moment, when Indigenous communities are reeling from the history of residential institutions, this move on the part of the provincial government is offensively tone-deaf and brash. Bill 251, which conflates sex work with human trafficking, proposes legislation that will further criminalize and endanger sex workers, especially migrant sex workers and those who are from Black, Indigenous, Asian, and racialized communities. It outlines a cross-government action plan bringing the Ministry of Children, Community, and Social Services into greater cooperation with police services, the Ministry of Solicitor General, and the Attorney General. This effectively extends policing and carceral logics into youth and other social services, criminalizing young people, especially from Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities. This will have devastating impacts, particularly on queer and trans Black, Indigenous, and racialized youth who have been ousted from their family homes and are trying to survive free of confinement, surveillance, regulation, criminalization, and stigmatization. This move effectively extends and intensifies these carceral logics into human services dealing with these youth. And the No Pride in Policing Coalition recognizes the violent implications of this move with regard to our queer, trans, racialized communities and those within our communities who are struggling economically and socially during the pandemic. Under the new legislation, queer trans youth will be further targeted for police harassment and criminalization. Bill 251 and the 5-year anti-trafficking strategy should be withdrawn immediately. The only way that human, labor, and migrant rights will be defended is if Bill 251 is withdrawn. The only way that poverty, lack of immigration status, and lack of access to affordable housing, health, and social services can be addressed is through demanding the withdrawal of Bill 251. We are instead calling for the funds to be invested in strategies that we know work to secure the safety of our communities, including Black and Indigenous and racialized, domestic and migrant sex workers, the unhoused, and our queer trans youth. We're requesting that the budget be invested in sustainable infrastructure for self-determined communities. The years of disinvestments that have resulted in tearing down public housing, shutting down human services, needs to be reversed. Children, youth, and families, marginalized communities, migrants and domestic sex workers require access to housing, food security, and economic security, politically shaped through an ethic of care. Their safety and well-being require publicly funded community centers, schools, libraries, health services, and community programs to cultivate and enhance talents such as visual arts, literature, music, dance, sports, whereas carceral capitalism is invested in the disposability of lives, sustainable self-determined communities are invested in life-making, and that is where we feel all of these millions of dollars should be spent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, again, thank you very much for being with us. The next two are Gary Kinsman and Katrin Roots. Gary Kinsman from No Pride in Policing Coalition. Is Gary Kinsman available?
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I am now unmuting their phone line.
Thank you.
Hello,
Gary Kinsman?
You hear me?
Yes,
Does
loud and
everyone hear
clear.
me?
So you are loud and clear, and we can have you go ahead with your deputation. You have 5 minutes, and then there may be a question.
Okay, so this is part two, carrying on from what Jamie just said. Furthermore, what Bill 251 calls for has nothing to do with what people who have survived trafficking have been calling for. We contrast here what Indigenous trafficking survivors have been asking for versus what Bill 251 actually delivers. Laura Hall, an assistant professor in the School of Indigenous Relations at Laurentian University in Sudbury, who has done support work and research with Indigenous survivors of trafficking, gave the No Pride in Policing Coalition express permission to use the following quote. And this is what Laura Hall has to say. State-sanctioned anti-trafficking work has been funneled into policing and narrowed from what trafficking survivor groups were saying in 2015, 2016. Policing is a problem. They don't do their jobs when it comes to actually finding the people who have done harm to Indigenous women and Two-Spirit people, and they also are violent to Indigenous women and Two-Spirit people. If we give them more powers, obviously what we're doing is narrowing the scope of our prevention work while funneling much needed resources away from Indigenous people and towards state agencies like the police. Prevention is about creating safety, shelter, and community care for Indigenous trafficking survivors. This means housing, not policing, land access, not policing, culture-based addiction treatment, not policing. Policing does harm to Indigenous trafficking survivors and Indigenous communities more generally, who then get caught up in the arms of the state. Quote, protection work, quote, wellness checks, and so on, funnel Indigenous people directly into state services, including CAS, child welfare, and obviously prison. Empowering Indigenous people to do our own justice-based work, to take care of each other and ourselves, should be at the center of our social response, and not more policing and criminalization. That's the end of the quote from Laura Hall. Bill 251 is diametrically opposed to what survivors have been asking for. We therefore call for the city to call for the withdrawal of and defeat of Bill 251, and instead for the funds that were to be allocated to it to go instead to Indigenous and other community-based agencies and projects providing housing, culturally based addiction treatment, and harm reduction and other social supports, and access to the land for Indigenous people. To give more funds to the police, who are a major danger to Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities, to sex workers and poor and homeless people more generally, is to move in an entirely wrong direction. The No Pride in Policing Coalition supports Black and Indigenous communities in advocating for redirecting policing funds to invest in sustainable infrastructure for self-determination with respect to community-based health and well-being. We support the wisdom that children and youth are best served by investing in self-determined, adequately funded communities rather than police services. Bill 251 moves us entirely in the opposite direction of what affected communities are demanding, which is to redirect funding from policing to communities. We therefore call on the Executive Committee and Toronto City Council to call for the withdrawal of Bill 251, and if it is passed, as has happened, unfortunately, on the provincial level, to refuse, and this is absolutely crucial, to refuse to allow its provisions to be implemented within the City of Toronto, because the implementation of those measures will cause immeasurable harm to the types of groups of people that we are speaking about here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of... well, thank you, Mr. Kinsman, for your deputation. Next to Catherine Roots and Duffy. Is Catherine Roots available?
To the chair, I'd like to advise that the first speaker, Ellen Lamb, has connected.
Okay, that's fine. Ellen Lamb, if you want to...
I will unmute them now.
Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, City staff. I'm so sorry for that technical problem. And I'm Elaine Lam, so I'm the Executive Director of Butterfly, which is an Asian and Migrant Sex Worker Support Network. So I'm also the work on human rights, sex worker rights, anti-racism issue, and concern about the harm of anti-trafficking policy over 20 years. So I'm also the recipient of the Human Rights Award of Women Equity of City of Toronto. Thank you for City of Toronto. I also participate in the Mayor's Anti-Asian Roundtable and really appreciate the effort of Mayor in ending anti-Asian racism and anti-Black racism and bring the Justice Society in Toronto. So today I really would like to call for City of Toronto to denounce the Bill of 251, and the City of Toronto should not take part of like any kind of this enforcement. Just like other deputants have said, the Ontario Bill 251 is claiming Anti-Trafficking Act. However, it is not about protecting traffic victims. This bill will expand the police power and increase the discrimination, violence, anti-Black and anti-Asian racism. This is violating the city policy, including Access Without Fear policy, anti-Asian, anti-Black racism, and this bill will also harm the LGBT community, sex worker, racialized people, and human rights of all the people in Toronto. We know the bill has been passed in Ontario government, so that's why we strongly call for City of Toronto to denounce the bill and have a clear statement will not involve in this bill. and also will not enforce this bill. Over 1,000 of individual and organizations, including academic, sex worker organization, human rights organization, health professional, violence against women organization, youth organization, and have expressed the concern of the bill. And they really say this is problematic because this bill is conflating sex work and trafficking. It gives the extensive power of law enforcement, which violate the rights of people and do more harm. And so the organization, including CCNCTO, CCNCSJ, Migrant Workers Alliance for Change, Black Legal Action Clinic. So it's not only the sex worker community concerned about this bill. It's all different racial justice organizations, human rights organizations said this bill will also create more harm. Here is some examples. So Toronto is an international city and also have apply the access with the via policy. So it is unacceptable for the hotel in City of Toronto share the guest information to the police without warrant. None of the business people, tourists or residents want the police to do it. They don't want to see City of Toronto allow the law enforcement to do this. And also the other extremely power is the inspector can enter any place, anytime to inspect any document without warrants. It is really violates the human rights and privacy of the anyone in Canada. So, and it's also increased the surveillance against the sex worker and the racial profiling of the sex worker. So, as for many sex workers, so this is important. People concerned about the safety. The recent attack in Atlanta, 6 Asian workers in massage parlor was being murdered. It shows how policing and criminalization actually harm the community. So for sex workers, there is very important people can work together, support each other, do advertisement and communication. And what we see, the recent anti-trafficking investigation often is not about protect the woman, but use it as the tools of racial profiling. In the document produced by the police, it's very clear that, including the police in Toronto and other cities, they said that they go to the website to find the Asian woman because they think that they are a traffic victim. Without any evidence, they just see that they are Asian, they see they are sex worker, that's why they ask for this, carry out this investigation. And of course, the sex worker finally gets arrested, detained, and deported. We are very disappointed to see Ontario having this harmful policy. This bill is extremely harmful. It's not help traffic victim and expand the police power to harm the racialized community and sex worker and everyone in Toronto. We call for City of Toronto to reject and denounce this bill, do not take any part of the enforcement of this bill, and stop the policing, as other deputants say, and direct the resources to the marginalized community, do not further expanding the police power that actually harm the community. And thank you.
Thank you. Right on the button of 5 minutes. That was very, very skillfully done. So are there any questions of this deputant? Okay. Well, thank you very much for being patient with.
Councillor Pasternak has questions of the deputant, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, who is that again? Who?
Councillor Pasternak.
I just have a couple of.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see him there, but okay. Yes, please go ahead there, James.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you very much for deputing. So I'm looking at Councillor Wong Tam's recommendation here, and she's not saying to denounce or cancel or.
Councillor, just sorry.
She's asking.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. I apologize for interrupting, but just so you before you go down this line, there's an updated letter from Councillor Wong Tam because the bill has now passed. And so, in fact, her new letter, which we'll make sure we get circulated to councillors, does say forward a letter to the Solicitor General denouncing Bill 251, just so you know.
I'm sorry. I'm behind the times.
Yeah, it just came out. It's out like today. I think it's dated today, June 1st. Yeah, it is. So it's just out.
I'll withdraw my questions.
Okay. I think probably we're going to have a motion on this so that we can move to have the staff give us some advice. I think that's where we're likely headed, just because it's hard for us to know based on the letter. And although we're listening carefully to the deputant. So are there any questions of this deputant or any other one? Any other person that wants to ask a question of this deputant? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Lang. We appreciate that. Next was Katrin Roots, and then after that, Jenny Duffy. Is Katrin Roots available?
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Executive Committee. You have 5 minutes to make your deputation. There may be a question.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. So my name is Katrine Roots. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Sociology and Criminology at the University of Manitoba, and I've been studying Canada's legal approach to human trafficking for about a decade. I support Councillor Wong Tam's motion against Bill C-251. As Councillor Wong Tam has pointed out in her motion, and as research has shown, Canada's definition of human trafficking conflates the issue with sex work, which should be noted as highly problematic. Despite this, the penalties associated with human trafficking are significantly higher than those previously applied to these offences, and are, as noted by the Department of Justice Canada, at the very high end of penalties prescribed by Canadian law. In addition to the criminal justice penalties, non-citizens of Canada who are suspected of being involved in human trafficking, which we know are sex work-related activities, can also be subject to mandatory deportation under Section 37, Sub 1 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. This is so even if they're not charged or convicted of trafficking, but are simply suspected of being involved. Furthermore, Canada has also been pressured by the U.S. Department of State to take a more proactive policing stance on this issue. This has led to significant funds being allocated to anti-trafficking policing from federal and provincial governments and expanded the powers and resources of police forces across the country, which have unfortunately been directed at surveilling, harassing, and criminalizing members of the sex trade industry and racialized and migrant communities. Policing activities include the targeting of massage parlors for raid and rescue operations across Canada. These raids don't save victims, and on the contrary, they end up getting the very people the police are claiming to save deported and or criminalized. This approach does not work. Police also engage in entrapment of sex workers, clients, and third-party actors under the guise of finding and saving victims of trafficking, which, as noted above, can have very serious consequences for all involved. Research also shows that police pressure sex workers to take on victim label under threats of criminalization and other consequences like threats of having their children taken away, which at times leads to those being pressured providing information that's either not true or that they're not comfortable sharing in the first place. These funds would be better suited going towards approaches that promote safety, protection, and social security for workers who are vulnerable to exploitation, including migrant and sex workers. The passing of Bill C-251 only amplifies the problems and reinforces these troubling practices, giving the police even more power to surveil the sex trade, migrants, and racialized communities, which would make it more difficult for sex workers to do their work safely, and it continues to criminalize racialized and migrant communities. Importantly, as research has shown, anti-trafficking policing efforts in Canada have also overwhelmingly targeted racialized and especially Black men. Parallel findings have also been made in the context of the U.S. These racialized policing strategies are not new, and they were similarly employed during the historical white slavery campaigns, as well as during the 1980s and 1990s moral panics around juvenile prostitution. These racist stereotypes are now being redeployed in the enforcement of human trafficking laws in Canada. Furthermore, most of the people deported for trafficking convictions or suspicions of engaging in it under Section 37(1) of IRPA are racialized men, many of whom have never lived in the country where they're deported to. Robin Maynard writes that a large number of Black people have been deported from Canada for relatively minor crimes which have been reinscribed as national security threats, a process which in this case has taken place through the conflation of sex work and trafficking. Anti-trafficking regimes then provide yet another avenue through which racialized men become constructed as threats to Canada's national security. As such, we see anti-trafficking efforts having significant harmful effects on racialized migrant and sex working communities. Giving police more powers and resources to surveil and criminalize these communities would intensify these harms and do nothing to combat exploitation and abuse. What we need instead is for police to stop using highly problematic tactics to bring about charges, stop the harassment of sex work communities and targeting of racialized and migrant communities as perpetrators of trafficking under this guise of protection, significantly curb police powers and redistribute the substantial funds currently allocated to policing of trafficking to communities to assist with issues of economic marginalization, gender-based violence, education, and those with precarious immigration status. As such, City Council should denounce Bill C-251 as it will have the opposite of the intended effect. It will be costly both economically and socially and also ineffective. Thank you.
To the chair, I believe you are currently muted.
Some people would like it to stay that way. I was thanking the deputant and thanking her for bringing her expertise to our midst and asking if there were any questions. And I didn't see any, so, but nobody heard me asking. But I don't see any questions, so I'll thank you very much again. Next, we have Jenny Duffy and then Ellie Aid-Cour. So is Jenny Duffy available on the line?
That speaker is connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
Hello, Jenny Duffy.
Hi there.
I apologize. I had to mute that speaker's mic. Jenny, if you are listening to this meeting on YouTube or some other device, I'd ask that you mute the audio from that because it sounds like the audio is being picked up by your phone. So if you're connected to this meeting in any other way, if you could disconnect from that. I am now unmuting your mic.
Hi there. Apologies for that. I'm Jenny Duffy from Maggie's Toronto Sex Workers Action Project. I'll be speaking on both behalf of myself and Ellie Aid-Cour. So Ellie Aid-Cour won't be speaking next. It's me speaking. Maggie's is one of Canada's oldest sex worker justice organizations, serving Toronto's downtown east since 1986. We exist in the heart of our city's housing crisis, serving community living in encampments, our overcrowded shelter system, and navigating extreme poverty as well as surveillance and targeted harassment from local law enforcement. We offer weekly supportive programming for sex workers, emergency relief programs, street outreach, and social, political, and legal advocacy for our community. Bill 251 conflates sex work with trafficking, undermining the agency and human rights of sex workers. Our organizations in our communities have noted for decades that further criminalizing sex work and conflating our work with trafficking only harms our communities and further marginalizes our people. The bill itself dramatically expands police powers, allowing unfettered access to hotels, potentially spaces like Airbnb, people's homes and businesses, as well as access to sensitive information in the mere suspicion sex work may be taking place, investing hundreds of millions of dollars into the expansion of policing through a number of different avenues, extending into social service sectors and local businesses. The bill facilitates greater cooperation between police and other social service sectors, effectively downloading policing techniques and responsibilities onto social workers themselves, including the ability to detain, seize, and remove community members and force programs on them without consent. We need to stress here that detention and seizure of community members, regardless of whether it's done by police, social service workers, by law enforcement officers, is largely experienced as an assault and betrayal. The bill invests in the same discriminatory forms of racial profiling that have historically led to police, social workers, hotels, even flight crew profiling Black and Indigenous communities, racialized communities, poor and working class communities, queer and trans communities, immigrants, and other historically marginalized groups. The bill allows law enforcement to target both physical and digital platforms through the introduction of restrictions, sanctions, and fines. Many in our community rely on these platforms that allow sex workers to advertise, screen, and engage and work safely on their own terms. This is an extension of the existing hearings happening at the federal level, following right-wing religious groups campaigning the abolition of sex work. Bill 251 will alienate people from key municipal supports and other vital public services, and will continue to push sex workers into isolated environments. We also address you as an organization that has supported many community members through police violence and abuse for the better part of 4 decades. Through the pandemic, Maggie's has seen an uptick in targeted violence and discrimination against sex workers from the police and local by law enforcement, so much that we've had to establish a legal program due to the pandemic to address the complaints from the community. We've also seen political leaders shaming and degrading sex workers in a moment where our industries have shut down and many of our community members are receiving emergency aid. Last fall, the mayor and the premier made shaming remarks about strippers and their clients, the kinds of degrading remarks that wouldn't be made about any other industry. The city, despite continuing to make money off of clubs and dancers during a pandemic, forget that these are workers who deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. And remarks like these are part of a long history of labeling sex workers as vectors of disease, when actually sex workers have been public health leaders. For this reason, our organization is not only shifting programs to deal with abuse from law enforcement, but the ways in which the city and province and federal government has left sex workers behind in this pandemic. This includes our mutual aid funds, emergency food box programs, and emergency counseling supports.
We've also started a series of vaccine clinics for our community. Our next vaccine clinic is Friday at the Strip Club Zanzibar. We are asking that the city works to protect sex workers. Our communities have been left behind in the pandemic. We've been subject to increased police powers and a long history of anti-trafficking initiatives arresting, assaulting, and deporting sex workers. We need the city to protect sex workers, denounce Bill 251, don't enforce it, push for the decriminalization of sex work, and move it into a labor framework where we can be afforded workplace protections. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you very much for being with us. The next deputation is Anne DeShalit. And then just on the standby list, Virginia Duarte Walsh. Is Anne available?
To the chair, one moment, please. Anne is connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Can you hear me? Anne DeShalit, are you there?
To the chair, we will attempt to troubleshoot with that speaker if you'd like to move to the next speaker.
All right, the next one on my list here is Virginia Duarte Walsh.
They are connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
Virginia Duarte Walsh, are you there?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead with your deputation. You're most welcome. You have 5 minutes, and then we might have a question.
Great, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to address this important issue. I represent Parkdale Community Legal Services. As a poverty law clinic that provides support to migrant workers and sex workers, I am here to call on the City of Toronto to denounce Bill 251, Combating Human Trafficking Act. This troubling bill relies on a law enforcement model that has been and will continue being ineffective in addressing human trafficking. As already mentioned by previous speakers, this model falsely and dangerously conflates sex work with trafficking, which means that sex work is viewed as human trafficking regardless of the circumstances. Thus, sex work becomes criminalized despite sex work not being illegal in Canada. As a result, racialized communities and sex workers are unjustifiably and illegally targeted, detained, and questioned by police, which poses serious privacy and human rights concerns. Additionally, sex workers are discouraged from actually seeking help from law enforcement when they are most at risk, as laws based on this model create an antagonistic relationship between sex workers and law enforcement. And lastly, this model, rather than stopping sex trafficking, often facilitates exploitation and violence against sex workers as they have been pushed to the margins of society. We're also very concerned by the disproportionate amount of power Bill 251 will allocate to the human trafficking inspectors. Through this bill, inspectors will be allowed to enter into sex workers' workplaces without cause or warrant to interrogate and detain them. And workers will not be allowed to refuse to answer any questions, which is a contravention to the constitutional right to silence under Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Furthermore, the powers granted by this bill will not only affect sex workers, but many other populations in Toronto. Under Bill 251, inspectors will be able to enter into hotels and other rentals without a warrant and request from employees, business owners, and landlords all guest information, as well as question any individual on any matter related to the inspection. Non-compliance would be a punishable offense subject to fines of $50,000 or more. Bill 251 fails to meaningfully address human trafficking and in reality ignores the real drivers of exploitation and violence. Bill 251 is moving entirely in the opposite direction of what marginalized communities need and are demanding. Bill 251 should be amended to include an anti-human trafficking strategy that is rooted in human rights, including labor rights and migrant rights, and that addresses the numerous structural barriers, including poverty, precarious immigration status, and lack of access to affordable housing, health, and social services that contribute to the risk of human trafficking. This would be far more effective than any of the activities that Bill 251 currently proposes. Thank you.
Thank you for that deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you very much for your patience and being with us. Now, did we have any success with Anne DeShallotte?
Not as of yet.
Okay, otherwise then we'll go ahead to Jane Stewart, Justice for Children and Youth. Is Jane Stewart available?
Jane Stewart is connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
Jane Stewart, are you there?
Yeah, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Good afternoon, and thank you for coming. And you have 5 minutes to make your deputation. There may be a question.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tory, and thank you to Council. My name is Jane Stewart. I'm a staff lawyer at Justice for Children and Youth, and I'm appearing today with my colleague Mary Birdsell, who's the Executive Director of Justice for Children and Youth. And we thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. We have provided written submissions to the Executive Committee, which provides a more detailed analysis of Bill 251, and we do support the submissions that have been provided to you today by other deputants. JFCY, Justice for Children and Youth, is a specialty legal clinic and child and youth rights organization. We provide legal services directly to children and youth across a range of legal areas, as well as providing public legal education to young people about their rights, and engaging in community development and test case litigation on child and youth rights issues. Our clients are typically vulnerable in multiple ways and experience multiple and intersecting grounds of disadvantage and marginalization, and have complex personal, social, and legal needs, including experiences of poverty, racialization, discrimination, poor health and mental health status, poor educational attainment. Of particular relevance to Bill 251, most of our clients are or have been involved with children's aid societies and the child welfare system. Many are homeless, unstably housed, street involved, or living outside a typical family situation. We regularly assist young people who have experienced violence and abuse, including sexual exploitation and trafficking. We provide trauma-informed, anti-oppressive, and multidisciplinary services, and we strive to provide services to the whole child, addressing not only their legal needs, but their personal and their social needs as well. The context of solicitor-client privilege in which we work means that we are often privy to our clients' most personal and private experiences, and we speak today from our experience on the front lines from working with young people and as an organization deeply concerned with protecting the rights and dignity of children and young people. Today, we wish to speak to you about the harms of Bill 251, in particular the amendments to the Child, Youth, and Family Services Act, which allow the apprehension and detention of young people believed to be victims of sex trafficking under the guise of offering them protective services. It is our view that this power is harmful and unconstitutional, and we ask Council to direct City of Toronto service providers, including the Toronto Police Services, to decline to exercise this power. Instead, we encourage a strategy to combat sexual exploitation that is rooted in respect for young people's agency, autonomy, dignity, and human rights, and informed by broad consultation with impacted communities. We share the promise's concern for the harms of sexual exploitation and trafficking, and the need to take measures to address these harms in our community. However, the issue of sexual exploitation is complex and nuanced, and therefore requires a complex and nuanced solution. Bill 251, in particular the amendments to the CYFSA, is instead a blunt instrument and creates an extraordinary power to detain 16 and 17-year-old victims for up to 12 hours to provide them with information or services. No other legislation in Ontario permits the detention of victims of crime. And not only is this approach unlikely to be effective, it is much more likely to be harmful. Providing appropriate services to victims of sexual exploitation requires that these services be provided in a context of trust and care. It is unlikely that the appropriate services, such as housing, foster placements, educational supports, or counseling services, can be marshaled within the period of detention provided for in Bill 251. What is instead required is wraparound services, which often require complex service coordination and is simply not accessible or available in this way. More than ineffective, the bill will be harmful to young persons' willingness or ability to access services. A young person is unlikely to differentiate between an apprehension that is intended to help them and an arrest that is, in fact, punitive. In order to benefit from services, young people must be ready and willing to engage if they are to be effective. They're unlikely to accept services provided in a context of coercion, re-traumatization, and fear created by an apprehension and a detention. Furthermore, the bill creates an antagonistic and adversarial relationship with service providers and police who might otherwise wish to help young people. These measures only serve to undermine young people's trust in those who purport to be helpers and drive them further underground to avoid detection and intrusion, and well beyond the reach of service providers. The CYFSA already provides for mechanisms for providing supports in a manner that respects young people's liberty, personal integrity, dignity, and rights. Services provided to 16 and 17-year-olds under the CYFSA are provided on a voluntary basis. So this recognizes both their need for protection, but also their capacity for autonomous decision-making about their own lives and experiences and their self-identified needs. And I'll leave the remainder of our comments to my colleague, Ms. Birdsall.
Thank you. Ms. Birdsall?
Ms. Birdsall is connected to this session. They have been provided with the audio panels, but they will need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and we will then be able to unmute them to speak. They have now connected their audio. I am unmuting Mary.
Ms. Birdsall, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes, and you are welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Tory, and to the committee. Good afternoon. I just want to follow up from my colleagues' comments to speak briefly about our clients' experiences. In my 25 years as a lawyer at Justice for Children and Youth, I have assisted many dozens of young people who are exploited in the sex trade. Daily, we see the harms of sex trafficking on children who are 16 and 17 years old, and in fact, those who are younger. We know very well the vulnerabilities and circumstances that put children at risk. And like all of you, like all of us, we strive in earnest to make our homes, our streets, our communities safer for children and youth. We all know that teenagers are unique people. They are children with adult aspirations. They are wise and knowledgeable and savvy. And they are often dependent on adults for access to supports and services and other things, including financial support and love. Teenagers are very capable people, and they are acutely aware of their dignity and their personal agency. And as we all do, teenagers react negatively to affronts to their dignity and agency. There is research and knowledge regarding the best ways to support young people to escape sex trafficking. We know that it starts with respect for the young person and a response to their self-identified needs and to building trusting relationships with those young people. As James said, arrest and detention is not a tool that builds respect and trust and relationships that can support young people. So we urge you that while we appreciate that the provincial government, and I'm sure every member of City Council, is concerned about trying to protect young people from the exploitation of the sex trade, the simple answers such as arrest and detention are not going to be the responses that complex problems require. Tools are well known to frontline service providers, services that allow young people to meet their basic needs, including mental health, crisis intervention, housing, education, family-based interventions, and ways in which all of these things can be accessed in low barrier and confidential ways. These are the most important and meaningful things to do for people who have been victimized. Acting in ways that are oppressive, such as arrest and detention, will serve to further harm and further traumatize young people. In fact, it mirrors the kinds of things that predators and sexual exploitation experts engage in. We are keenly aware of the harms, and yet Bill 251 does nothing to advance the objectives that we've discussed or to alleviate the harms that sexual exploitation can cause. Instead, it imposes new harms and undermines young people's access to service and supports. we call on City Council to commit to an approach that does not rely on the exercise of detention and police power and coercion, and will place a significant interference with the liberty and autonomy of young people. We ask you to denounce Bill 251. We will be here at Justice for Children and Youth. We will be here to support young people who find themselves in these circumstances beyond the time when this bill comes into force and beyond the time in which it is found by the courts to be unconstitutional, as we are sure it will be. In the meantime, people will be harmed and opportunities to provide supportive assistance will be missed. We ask you not to forgo this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the deputations. Are there questions of either of these deputants from Justice and Justice for Children and Youth? See, Long-Tam has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was hoping you could see me, so thank you. And to the deputants, thank you for your deputation. You provided us with a 13-page submission. I recognize that you really broke down the bill for us even further, especially with a legal point of view. So thank you. I want to just understand this better because I did not know this about the bill. So you actually provided some additional information. The apprehension and detention of young individuals ages 16 and 17 for that stretch of hours. Was there a reason why that is explicitly cited? Is there a reason why we need to hold these teenagers for so long, or that the provincial government provided? What was the possible outcome for that detention period?
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam, for the question. So we don't actually know what the rationale for that particular power was. In the bill itself, it's couched in terms of providing services or information about services to young people, so that they can potentially access the protective services of Children's Aid Society. The bill also creates a new ground of protection under the Child, Youth and Family Services Act that recognizes sexual exploitation as being a freestanding ground of potential protection for a CAS to be able to intervene. And in our view, the bill, simply the voluntary services that are available under the CYFSA already without Bill 251 and this harmful amendment are sufficient to allow young people to access those types of services through a Children's Aid Society. And in fact, we're somewhat baffled by the 12-hour time frame provided for in the bill, because as I mentioned, it's unlikely to be a period of time in which the complex services and responses to the protection concern of sexual exploitation can be marshaled and offered to a young person. And instead, leads to a situation where, they will be picked up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon potentially, and then at the time that their period of detention ends, there's no provision made in the bill or in planning that we have seen that provides for a solution that's going to be available for them at 4 a.m. the next day, and leads them being returned to the street or returned to a situation of harm and exploitation without having met the objective of the act whatsoever.
Does the bill provide any prescription to where these young people will be detained? Is it in a adult detention center? Is it in the police station? Is it in a youth detention center? Does it get that detail? Do you know?
I don't believe any provisions have been made in that respect. So the obvious solutions that would be available would be to a police station. The Child, Youth and Family Services Act generally provides that young people can be taken to a place of safety. But as I mentioned, appropriate placements for children 16 and 17 are few and far between as it is, and it's unclear where these services would be provided to young people if not in a police station or in the offices of a Children's Aid Society, neither of which is a supportive or a supportive environment in which a young person is likely to feel comfortable opening up about their very personal experiences and accepting services or help.
Thank you. And my final question is that I think I heard you say that that this 12-hour detention doesn't seem to apply to any other group except for this group. Did I hear you correctly that this was the one group being signaled out for a 12-hour detention period?
Yes, that's correct. So under the CYFSA, for young people under the age of 16 in general, there is a power of apprehension for a Children's Aid Society to remove a child from a dangerous situation and take them to a place of safety. Generally speaking, for 16 and 17-year-olds, their consent is required in order for services to be provided to them elsewhere under the Act, typically through something we call a Voluntary Youth Services Agreement, or VISA. So this really flies in the face of that type of respect for the capacities of 16 and 17-year-olds who are thought to be, although in need of protection, also capable of independent decision-making and providing informed consent to services. This really goes against that and goes against the child rights-centered approach that is supposed to be taken under the CYFSA.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Are there any further questions of these deputies? Okay, thank you very much to both of you. We appreciate your very thoughtful input. Next, we have Anna Willatz and then Brianna Greaves. Those are the next two. Is Anna Willatz available?
To the chair, that speaker is connected to the session. They've been provided with the audio panels, so Anna will just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of her WebEx panel, and we will then be able to unmute them.
Anna Willatz, are you there now?
To the chair, oh, it looks like they have now connected. Anna, I am unmuting your mic.
Thanks very much. Hello, Mayor Tory and councillors. I've been working on women's, can you hear me?
Yeah, you have 5 minutes.
Great.
You're most welcome.
I've been working on women's, workers, migrant, and other human rights issues for over 40 years in the city. I've been a member of the Toronto Police Accountability Coalition for 20 years and am currently a faculty member with the Assaulted Women's and Children's Counselor Advocate Program at George Brown College. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my colleagues with AWCCA today, and my remarks are informed by what we have learned from speaking directly with women who do sex work, survivors of violence, migrant workers, and their advocates. We support Councillor Wong-Tam's recommendation that the City of Toronto denounce Bill 251 and to call for meaningful consultation with sex workers and impacted communities before it is implemented. Strategies to end the exploitation of some vulnerable members of the community must not simultaneously increase the exposure to abuse of other marginalized individuals, and we believe that the legislation will do that. We believe that Bill 251 will limit undocumented survivors' access to city services when they have been victims of violence in contravention of the city's Access Without Fear policy passed in 2013. We believe the increases to police and inspector powers and engagement of social workers to surveil, interrogate, and detain anyone they include in an investigation of human trafficking will result in increased racial profiling and harassment, contrary to provincial and municipal human rights and equity policies. And there's a real danger of widespread civil rights violations for the public as the bill facilitates questioning of any person for any reason in the context of an ill-defined human trafficking investigation with the threat of severe penalties for non-compliance. These measures, we believe, will drive criminalized workers and youth underground away from their traditional supports and will make them even more vulnerable to violence and exploitation. History in this city has shown us that strategies to address gender-based violence that rely on policing, surveillance, and unchecked enforcement do not result in the desired outcomes and instead create more harm. Two quick examples: mandatory charge policies in cases of intimate partner violence have resulted in increased assault charges against immigrant women along with their abusers because police do not apply a gender lens to the incidents they investigate. Two, because Toronto Police share information about citizenship status with Canada Border Services agencies, undocumented victims of violence and harassment cannot access their services with confidence that they won't be deported. Over the almost 40 years that I've been working with survivors of violence and those who work with them in community, police have demonstrated time and again that sexism, homophobia, and transphobia, anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism, and ableism make them a real and present danger to marginalized people they are supposed to serve and protect. Strategies that increase their powers will only exacerbate the harm they do and will make it harder for survivors of violence, particularly Black, Indigenous, Asian, LGBTQ+, and migrant women and youth, and those doing criminalized work to access services and protection. The city must do whatever it can in its power to refuse to implement or at least minimize the harm of the bill and to ensure that strategies to combat exploitation and abuse center human, labor, and migrant rights and address structural and systemic barriers. The path to justice for sex workers, migrant workers, and vulnerable youth must be informed by those affected and the advocates that have been working closely with them for years. The city must work with them to strengthen the methods they already use to develop trusting relationships with vulnerable migrant and racialized women and LGBTQ+ people and youth. They have already developed proven outreach materials and practices that provide information, referrals, safety planning, and other services in culturally appropriate and sensitive ways that emphasize the right of survivors to identify what they need and to determine the best way forward to address the problems they face. Bill 251 will not create safety and security for vulnerable youth and women it purports to protect. Under this bill, more resources will be shoveled into policing and surveillance at a time when consensus is growing to defund and detask police and to free up public funds for community-based supports and programs. The City of Toronto has made a commitment to transform policing and to find alternatives to police-only responses where it has been shown that they cause harm. The justice and protections that marginalized survivors need lie in increased investments in community-based services, access to anti-oppressive education, affordable and safe housing, protection from racist and sexist state interventions, accessible childcare, fair wages, and more. We urge you to denounce the bill and to press the Toronto Police Services Board to ensure that policies are developed that will minimize and prevent the impacts of this dangerous piece of legislation. 5 minutes on the nose. There you go.
Absolutely. You're only tied for the prize winner of the day because I think she was 5 minutes on the nose, but thank you so much.
And I want to support wholeheartedly what other speakers have said. They've made incredibly important points. Thank you.
Ms. Willis. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, I don't see anybody wanting to ask questions of the deputant. I thank you so much for your deputation. Brianna Greaves is next, and then Alice Kavanaugh to follow. Is Brianna Greaves available?
That speaker is connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
Hello, and can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. You have 5 minutes, and we welcome you, and thank you for coming.
Perfect, thank you. So my name is Brianna Graves, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Showing Up for Racial Justice Toronto, which is a local chapter of an international organization committed to undermining white support for white supremacist systems and institutions. We work in support of and collaborate with local and national racial justice and decolonization grassroots organizing led by Black, Indigenous, and people of color organizers. And I'm here today because SURGE represents a body of Toronto residents who are deeply concerned about the dangerous and violent implications inherent in Ontario's Bill 251. We are disappointed to learn that the bill was very recently passed, and I'm here today to support Councillor Wong-Tam's motion and urge members of the Executive Committee to denounce Bill 251 and take a formal stance of non-enforcement of the bill. And we call upon Toronto City Council to refuse to participate in harassment campaigns of racialized communities under the guise of human trafficking inspections. Bill 251 will undoubtedly fail to deliver on its stated objectives to address issues of exploitation and trafficking. By increasing police powers, the bill will instead lead to enhanced surveillance and criminalization of all Black, Indigenous, and racialized residents of Toronto, with especially detrimental effects on racialized migrant sex workers who are already experiencing disproportionate targeting and harassment from law enforcement. Bill 251 is anti-sex work, anti-migrant, and racist. Narratives of human trafficking are often shaped by racist stereotypes and the conflation of human trafficking with consensual sex work. And there's a long history of anti-trafficking rhetoric being used to drive moralistic agendas and fuel the expansion of policing, border control, and bylaw enforcement under the guise of a violence against women and children mandate. We urge members of Toronto City Council to continue to listen to community and legal experts on the ground whose message is clear and consistent, that policing does not protect those who are experiencing marginalization and exploitation, but results in greater harm. And what is needed is sex worker, migrant, and labor rights. Residents of Toronto have been especially loud throughout this past year in demanding that the city take action to defund the police. Bill 251 not only disregards these growing calls for divestment from policing, but expands police powers and utilizes municipal resources to surveil, interrogate, and harass Asian, Black, Indigenous, and migrant communities. The risk to safety for already vulnerable communities will come with enormous ripple effects and create additional barriers to essential health and social supports. Much of that which has been detailed by the excellent deputants before me. So on behalf of Surge Toronto, we urge you to listen to the voices of those most affected by these decisions. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Are there any questions of this deputant? Okay, that would bring us next to Alice Kavanaugh, Health Providers Against Poverty, and then the last deputant is Jessie Tang, Chinese Canadian National Council of Toronto Chapter. So is Alice Kavanaugh available?
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Alice. Sorry about that. My name is Alice Kavanaugh, and I'm here today in my capacity as the sitting co-chair of Health Providers Against Poverty, or HPAP. HPAP is an alliance of health workers formed in 2005 to support movements for income and social security for all. I'm a PhD candidate in the health policy doctoral program at McMaster University, where I'm also a medical student. I'll endeavor to make my comments brief, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. So I'm here to add HPAP's voice to the chorus, raising alarm about the implications that Bill 251 will have in our city. As an alliance of health and social service workers, HPAP is particularly concerned about the ramifications that this bill will have on the health and safety of our patients and clients who are already over-policed. In particular, sex workers, people with precarious migration status, and Black, Asian, and Indigenous communities come to mind. And so, for example, regulations in this bill will require hotels and other temporary rental accommodations to keep a register of guests that they can be asked to produce and share on demand with police. We're concerned that introducing this new requirement will make it more likely that sex workers will choose to work in conditions where they are afforded fewer protections and have less capacity to control their surroundings. As a result, these workers will have less agency to take necessary steps to protect their health and safety. More broadly, we're also concerned about the role that the expansion of surveillance that this bill will engender will play in deepening the distrust and mistrust that marginalized communities already feel towards institutions where healthcare and social services are provided. Broadening law enforcement powers to investigate and surveil Torontonians in more settings discourages people who are criminalized from accessing supports and services that facilitate their health and well-being. HPAP wishes to be unequivocal. Policy actions intended to address human trafficking or exploitation that center law enforcement are counterproductive. Research elaborates the central role that poverty, as well as racism, sexism, xenophobia, and other forms of structural oppression play in fueling exploitation. Bill 251 does not address these issues and instead promises to exacerbate and entrench the marginalization that structures the health and well-being of HPAP members, patients, and clients. We urge the City of Toronto to denounce Bill 251 and to commit to its non-enforcement by municipal actors in favor of pursuing a rights-based approach to addressing exploitation in all of its forms across the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant? Sorry, I have to peer at my screen a little bit to see everybody. I don't see any questions, so I thank you so much for your contribution. Next is Jessie Tang available to us.
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
you.
Hi. Can you hear
Tang,
me?
hi. You have 5 minutes, and we welcome you to the Executive Committee.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Tory, Council, and City staff. My name is Jessie Tang. I'm the co-executive director of the Chinese Canadian National Council Toronto chapter, short for CCNCTO. I'm here speaking to ask you to adopt the Councillor 110's motion immediately, denounce Bill 251, and not to enforce Bill 251 at Toronto if it passes. CCNCTO is an organization for the last 40 years that advocate for racial justice, labor rights, and migrant rights for Chinese Canadians living in Greater Toronto Area. Our member consists of Chinese Canadian working class family, many of whom are the so-called essential worker and the hero during the pandemic, working in grocery store, healthcare sectors, restaurant, and production plants. Most of our members are severely impacted by the unsafe and exploitative labor condition while undergoing extreme financial and mental stress during the pandemic. Months ago, our organization produced a national report funded by the Government of Canada documenting self-report and witness report anti-Asian racist attacks that have surged because of COVID-19, resulting in over 1,000 cases reported in a year, and showing trends that Asian women and those who do not speak English fluently are most attacked. As an organization fighting for Chinese Canadian labor's right and fight against anti-Asian racism, I here stand together with Asian sex worker and massage worker to ask the government to treat every worker with dignity and protect them in a sense that respect their autonomy, experience, and resilience. There's no doubt Bill 251 will harm our community. Our organization understands very well through our working experience that the law enforcement model only drives people further underground, creates fear and anxiety for marginalized workers, and prevent them from seeking help from the community service and authority. This further marginalization only exacerbates the vulnerability, cause more harm to the community, and add cost to our social service system, which the City of Toronto has been under a lot of financial pressure. I can give you COVID vaccine as an example. COVID-19 is a public health crisis that impacting all people in Toronto. And it is because of a lot of grassroots organizations having this many years relationship building with the marginalized community, and have this high trust that they can provide immediate and accurate information to those most marginalized community and get workers at risk vaccinated. If we pass Bill 251, we have more police and law enforcement in the community that will only harm the trust among the group we're supposed to help and service provider. This will only make this marginalized group harder to be reached out and to be provide immediate help with, and therefore making our public health crisis even worse. And this will also apply to multiple situations in the future. This is really a very important lesson experience I really hope that the City of Toronto can consider. And further than that, in one of the reports published in 2018 by Butterfly about migrant massage and holistic centers worker condition, it shows that 1/3 of the workers reported having been abused or harassed by law enforcement or police officer in the course of anti-trafficking investigation. More than 1/5 of the workers were insulted or physically abused. Among those interviewed in this study, some report being sexually assaulted by bylaw or police officer or being asked to remove or pull up their robes to review their underwear. Out of 61 workers surveyed, the study found no instance of trafficking or forced labor. As a result of this experience, the majority of massage and holistic center workers survey reported that they were less likely to seek help from law enforcement in the future. We need real policy that taking care of all the workers, such as status for all, better labor policy, a better income support system, more affordable housing. We need policy addressing anti-Asian racism, the policy that protect Asian workers from violence, attack, and marginalization, which is often resulting from deep racism embedded in our society and policy. We need to put resource in the community instead of putting it into law enforcement units such as police. Therefore, I, on behalf of Chinese Canadian National Toronto Chapter, ask the city to support Councillor Wang Tang's motion to call on the government of Ontario to denounce Bill 251 and immediately consult with sex workers and other affected community, and to ensure Asian worker rights are protected, and urge the city not to enforce the law if it passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, I do have one more that just wasn't on my printed list here. Kelly Hong Look, I think it is. Kelly Hong Look, is that person available to us on the
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I am now unmuting their mic.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes to make your deputation, and there may be a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor John Tory and the Executive Committee. I'm part of the Vietnamese community, so my grammar and English is not so great, so please excuse me for any grammar mistakes. I am part of Better Futures for Kids as well as Outside Canada, a nonprofit charitable organization that has advocated against human trafficking and child sex slavery for the past 10 years. And I will not repeat all the information of the Bill 251 that the deputy have said previously, but I just want to share my experience that I've been interacting with victims of sex trafficking and child exploitation. And I believe that by being able to reach out to the community and offering more personal support will definitely help to stop or minimize the tragedy of human trafficking and child exploitation within our city. A lot of our work is done through social media, as well as for the past 10 years, we have advocated through festivals, doing the Taste of Vietnam festivals that we have done to reach out to the youth in our community to raise awareness for this hideous crime. A lot of this happens is due to lack of education with the youth. They do not know what to detect. They do not know how to deal with the situation when it happens. Often they are scared to go to officials, so therefore they have nowhere to go to since they are not trusting their family, because a lot of this child exploitation or child sex abuse happen within their families. So today I would love to reach out to Mayor John Tory as well as the Executive Committee to let organizations and social services like us the tools so that we can personally reach out to the victims and have them feel comfortable and trust to come to us when they are not able to do otherwise with the officials. And so, sorry, I got disconnected. Hello?
Yep, no worries. I think we can still hear you. Can you hear us?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Sorry.
All good.
So,
Thank you.
Yeah, so especially with this pandemic, it's a lot harder for the victim, especially they're locked down, being home with their abuser. So I begged the city officials as well as our executive committee to set up more opportunities for outreach, like our organization, to reach out to our community, especially the youth and children. The youngest victim that I have encountered with is 47-month-old, and it's breaking my heart to see that this is happening, and I hope that we are getting more support to end this hideous crime. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today, and thank you, Councillor James Pasternak, to let me know that I can speak at this meeting, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay. So
Just very quickly.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry,
yeah,
Mr. Mayor, just very quickly. Kelly, thanks so much for coming. I know you waited a long time, so I appreciate
It's worth the wait.
because again, you're allowing me to be the voice for the voiceless children. So even if I have to wait for like the whole day, I will wait.
Great. No, that's here, and I've always enjoyed your events and bringing a message of support from the city. One thing that I'm just going over some of the notes I have here. I haven't heard the word border control today, and I realize it's federal jurisdiction, but then again, we spent all day on some provincial legislation. How important is it that we retrain and upgrade our border control to stop the international transfer of, I guess, young people, human trafficking victims across international borders, across the U.S.
Hello, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
U.S. Canadian.
I'm sorry, I missed that part. That connection.
This is Mohan with the City Clerk's office. I apologize for the interruption. To Councillor Pasternak, it appears that we are getting some inconsistent audio from you. I'd ask that you turn off your camera, and that may alleviate some of that issue. Thank you.
Okay, Kelly, I've turned off my video. What I was asking is, in the discussions today, I haven't heard anything about border control. And I realize we're discussing provincial legislation, border control is federal. But how important is it that we engage the federal government in having a more robust border control system where we're training our border control officers to spot potentially human trafficking activity across international borders?
I think it's extremely important. Human trafficking and child sex exploitation is a very broad, complex matter. It's not just, again, we deal with children and youth in the community, but educating the officials and the borders to recognize this is extremely important. And it also all comes down to education. A lot of victims that I've worked with or not interact with, they have said that they don't know what to do. They don't, like, especially for in the Vietnamese community, a lot of them have a language barrier. So therefore, they have a hard time reaching out to those who can help them because of the language barrier. So therefore, I believe that enforcing the education on the officials, the border controls, the public, the youth, the children, the parents as well, educating them that these things do happen. A lot of people in our community do not even think that this thing exists, but it does. And again, it's lack of education towards everyone who in our community. So therefore, I feel it's very important that we need to address this and we need to share the knowledge so that they know to detect when they see this and they're able to act right away or contact those who can take care of this matter so that it can stop another child from being sex trafficked.
Okay. One last question. I meant to ask this earlier, but time slipped by. Do you think we can stop human trafficking or prevent it or reduce it without a police role?
I believe that everything has its pros and its cons. To be all fairness, I believe that it involves the whole community, along with the residents, as well with the people within the community, not just an official alone, need to come together to make the end this hideous crime in our city. Again, a lot of time when victims are being victimized by this crime, a lot of it happens within their homes. So therefore, the lack of trust is lost. So therefore, they're more afraid to go to the authority to solve their problem. So a lot of times they go to places that they feel more secure, less authority, so that they don't feel intimidated. So I feel that if we could invest more into organizations that are trying to help stop this crime, it will reach out to the victims more, and they will most likely come for help more because they feel more personal contact. Is what I'm saying make sense?
Yes, no, I fully understand, and thank you very much once again for deputing, and I look forward to your next event.
Thank you very much, Councillor James, and thank you very much, Mayor John Tory and the Executive Committee for letting me be a voice today for the voice of children. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you for your time and for your time, and the last shall be first. So that's very good. Thank you so much. Okay, that is the end of the deputations. And that would then bring us to questions of staff. And we do have at least one councillor visiting with us. That's Councillor Wong Kennedy. Do you have some questions of staff, Councillor?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. And my questions are largely, I recognize it's also a letter that I produced, so staff may not have all the information. But just to clarify, and I think that staff do know the answer to this question, Bill 251, Combating Human Trafficking Act, was introduced in February by the Solicitor General. Is it your information that that bill has now passed the third reading as of yesterday?
Yes, Councillor, it is.
Okay. And was the City of Toronto or any cities, as far as you know, were any cities consulted with respect to the content of the bill and the city's work as it relates to enforcement? Was there any consultation with the city?
So through the chair, Councillor, not that we're aware of. I don't believe that Toronto was consulted, and we're not sure about other municipalities.
Okay. But I think we can recognize that Ontario is a significant hub for human trafficking. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is our understanding, and Council, we have been engaging on this issue for, I think, about 6 years now, at different points of intensity.
And I think that would it be accurate for me to say that the city has, the City of Toronto, has demonstrated leadership through your division at SDFA on the issue of human trafficking. You've produced reports on it. You've expressed opinions on other matters as it relates to human trafficking. Is it not peculiar that we did not get an invitation to participate in those discussions before this bill was passed?
So thank you for the question, Councillor. Most trafficking charges are happening in larger cities, and so to that point, yes, Council has taken a number of positions and working across our organization. We've made a number of investments, including in staff training and access to services. We have been building relationships with the various community agencies across the sector to try to better understand the issues and how we can support as a municipality. So yes, I guess we would expect that if there was an important development in this area, that we could have been part of the conversation.
Thank you. And with respect to the conversation around combating human trafficking, is it not correct that in the past we've heard concerns from advocate organizations representing the LGBT community, marginalized women's organizations, as well as sex worker rights groups, that it can't be a one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to combating human trafficking? Otherwise, there's other work that gets swept up in there. Is it not correct that voice and concern, much of it was that it was expressed today, has already been heard before, both at the city and at the province?
Yes, absolutely. Throughout our entire journey as a city on this issue, community leaders working to end human trafficking, and as well as leaders within supporting sex workers have been very clear that we cannot and should not conflate consensual sex work with human trafficking. They're very different. The last time we reported to Council in 2019, we clearly took that position, and Council has agreed that it was really important that we separate those two issues. I must also just let you know, Councillor, that colleagues from Toronto Police Services as well as MLS are also here in case they need to step in on any questions.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much, Denise, for clarifying. Then I have a question to MLS. I know that in the past there have been concerns raised around enforcement around massage parlors, and that some of those complaints are generated from the workers themselves. Can you confirm that this has been the case, that there has been complaints on the way the city sometimes enforces its own bylaws?
So through the mayor to the councillor, thank you for the question. We have heard complaints on this before. We work very closely with Elaine and Butterfly and a number of the deputants today to understand these matters. So we work closely with them. We have done appropriate training with our officers, and we continue to do that with the human rights lens. And we're sensitive to the issue, and so it's good that it was brought to our attention, and we're working hard to mitigate it.
Okay, thank you, Carlton. I've run out of time. I have more questions, but I'll let it go there because I've lost my clock. Thank you.
Are there other questions of staff by members of the committee? Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question would probably be to Carlton. Is there any way to get on top of this without some kind of law enforcement or peace officer role, or it can be done without police?
I mean, it is criminal activity, so I think it is important for police to be involved. However, it needs to be done in a sensitive way. It needs to be done in such a way to mitigate human trafficking, not to be harassing the people in this particular industry.
So my next question is for police services. You mentioned, Denise, that they're here, they're somewhere there. Okay, so I'm hoping they review the legislation because they're going to have to adhere to it. I know the word detention was used a lot this afternoon, and I don't see the word detention in the legislation at all. Do we have a practice of removing minors in danger from a dangerous situation and putting them into a social services agency? Is that the goal of the legislation, or is it something different from what we heard?
So through the chair, I'm going to invite my colleague David Carreras from the police to perhaps step in on that. I am not fully aware of the details of that section on child detention, and I'm not sure if any of my colleagues have clear information.
Hello? Yes, is that David Gray from the police service?
Yes, it is, Mayor Tory. Thank you very much for inviting me to today's meeting. If I may, if I could get some indulgence, I'd like to briefly just go over some of the elements of Bill 251 through the lens of a police officer. In relation to the accommodation sector, the Registration of Guest Acts, those requests for that information would be through the authorization of a judge or a justice of the peace. So there would be some judiciary oversight to any police requests for this information pertaining to a criminal offense. So there wouldn't be any arbitrary requests for a non-exploited consensual sex workers getting drawn into that investigative probe. So that is one element that I think is important. If I may get into the apprehension piece relating to 16 and 17-year-olds, there are specific rules and guidelines surrounding those removals from unsafe situations. Similar to other provinces like Quebec, which have similar authorities in law to remove children in a place of danger. Currently, as it stands, if police were to encounter a 16 or 17-year-old selling sexual services at a hotel, Airbnb, or other location, they wouldn't have any authority to remove them from that process. And studies have shown that those involved in the sex industry have a higher probability of sexual violence, robberies, and other serious offenses. So for that reason, they would be deemed a child in need of protection. A question was brought up at one point about the 12-hour mark. I believe, although I wasn't involved in the structuring of the timelines, it is actually less, it's less intrusive than neighboring provinces where there are longer periods of detention. And that 12-hour period is ultimately to eliminate any potential exploitations that's happening immediately at that time. So in the event a trafficked person or a trafficked child is in the custody of her exploiter, police and child protection workers can remove them from that environment, bring them to a place of safety, and then from that stage, give them an opportunity to get resources, provide a disclosure of trafficking, and disconnect that element. We've had experiences. I've been doing this work for 7 years, since 2014. So I have a lot of experience in this space. And I've learned through dealing with countless survivors that there have been many times where police have encountered them with their exploiter and expressed that they weren't exploited. So it's important to make that disconnect so that we can start the path to healing and safety. I understand that the time is restricted, so I'll stop there.
No, thank you very much. We really appreciated your comments, and over 5 minutes, so we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Any other questions for staff? Okay, that would bring us then to speakers. Councillor Wong-Tam, may I assume that you'd like to speak?
Mayor, thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity. I do have a revised motion, as the mayor has correctly noted, and largely because the bill 251 was actually debated and passed as of yesterday evening. Interestingly enough, this bill 251 was introduced only in February, sped through reading 1, reading 2, and literally ended without much fanfare. But I think because of the way the bill was crafted and how quickly it sped through, I'm hoping that we can actually offer some advice to the Solicitor General. I want to just recognize that the motion now has us asking the Solicitor General, Sylvia Jones, to let her know, number one, our opinion, that hopefully you would agree that we could denounce this bill, and also to ask her to work with some of the advocates who've spoken today. I think that we have all watched provincial matters and law creation sort of creep through the legislature, taking some time, doing consultation, and that's the right way to make these laws, especially since this issue is so important. I have spoken on numerous occasions about every single time the issue of human trafficking comes up. I know how I have spoken to the matters at committee, as well as City Council. I've raised the issue about protecting vulnerable populations, especially those who are subject to sexual exploitation. I think many of you know what my partner does for a living. She's a gender expert on the issue about sexual violence. And I can tell you that there are significant alarms and concerns around the crafting of this legislation, largely because I think one of the deputants said it best. It is a very blunt instrument. And it's not because we want to stop human trafficking. We all want to stop human trafficking, the exploitation of vulnerable people. And we want to be able to address it in a way that actually allows the rights holders to continue to have self-autonomy so that they have control and pathway to safety. We all want that. The challenge with the bill as it's written right now, I think, is that it is too broad and too comprehensive to the point that it actually is too heavy of an approach. And so therefore, the fact that there has been an over-reliance oftentimes on enforcement, and I think that, the police officer, thank you, Officer Carrera, you've stated it, is that the legislation seems to change from province to province. So everyone has a slightly different approach, and there is probably not going to be a perfect approach, but we need to be able to inform our approach in Ontario with the voices of those who we are trying to protect, and to speak directly to the advocates that are working on their behalf. So I think that one thing that I can share, based on my experience, and I've been observing this subject for 12 years now, one thing I am very clear about, and I don't think that I've drawn this conclusion largely as I was interested in this subject matter, is that there are individuals who do not support sex work. and they keep conflating sex work with human trafficking, which does it an absolute disservice, because sex work is one thing. You may or may not agree with it, but it absolutely exists. But people are doing it freely and willingly, and that is by choice. But for those who are constantly trying to protect those who are engaged in sex work or trying to save them, continue to use the lens of human trafficking. I've drawn this conclusion based on reading the documentation from both sides. And what I've seen from this particular government is that they are very anti-sex work. So what they will do is actually continue to create a punitive approach when it comes to sex work by couching it under the language around combating human trafficking. I suspect that we would probably have a slightly different approach in Toronto, and this was confirmed by Denise Campbell, because our SDFA staff have also heard from the different sides of the debate on multiple occasions, and they have figured out, because they are smart enough and strategic enough to understand that those are two separate things. So Bill 251 does not take that approach. And that is one of the biggest concerns that I think I have, and I want to express this and share this with all of you, is that although 251 has now been passed, it only needs to get royal assent. I'm hoping that there can still be further modifications, because the regulations will still have to come forward. And that means that those who we heard from today, who the provincial government did not include in their deputation, I'm hoping that those voices are heard by the Solicitor General in her work as she operationalizes the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. I will, if I may, speak next, only because I'm going to put a motion forward, which we'll put up on the screen, that is meant to help us to find our way between now and council to address the communication we've received from Councillor Wong-Tam and the comments of the deputants. Is that motion available to put on the screen? I can start while it's going up. I'm suggesting that, proposing that we submit the item to City Council without recommendation. But I do think if you look at the more recent timing of this letter, because the letter just came out today, the one that is actually in front of us, the recent passage of the bill, and I think the complexity of what's suggested here, including the sort of some of the different strategies we've heard made reference to by the deputants, and in particular one that I thought was one that many deputants made reference to, which is to that the city should adopt, although it's not in Councillor Wong-Tam's letter per se. A lot of the deputants said that the city should not enforce this law. I think all of us will acknowledge, and I certainly do, this is a very serious problem. It is directly tied to the exploitation of human beings, especially a lot of young human beings, young people, and it affects a lot of our vulnerable populations. I will also tell you that we had a summit meeting this past week among all the mayors and chairs of this region on gun violence. And they said, the police people there did, because we had a number of police people there from across the region, that it was a significant factor, as well as drugs, in gun violence in our city, just as another reason why this is something that, we should take. I mean, we should take it obviously very seriously in regard to the exploitation of the young people and others involved. But they also said it was very much tied into another problem that plagues us, which is that of gun violence. And so I just think we owe it to the members of City Council before this comes forward, and before we take a stand, whether it's the one suggested by Councillor Wong-Tam or some other one, that we should get some background and context from the city staff, and they may choose to talk to the police, but also on the question of the of some kind of posture recommended to us by the deputants, a number of them, that we not enforce the law. I think this is just perhaps a sensible way to deal with this in the context of having in front of the City Council, not that it isn't a very complete letter, but something that actually provides a bit of analysis, sort of like what we heard from the police officer, where he was kind of helping with a bit of context of different things that are taken into account. So I would put that motion on the table for your consideration, and others may wish to speak and have a different approach, but that's just one that I would suggest we might follow today. So those are my comments, and I will see if anybody else wishes to speak who's on the committee. Anybody?
I would just say a word only because I've been invited to speak at these events, these human trafficking awareness, Toronto's Human Trafficking Awareness Day, and other events where they're trying to educate the public in this problem. And I'd like to thank Kelly Hong Lee, Better Future for Kids Foundation, for hanging around most of the day so she could share a few words. It's very hard to denounce something you don't know a lot about. This is complex legislation, and reading through it, it is quite difficult to understand its value. And I think it's been mentioned a few times that no legislation dealing with human trafficking is going to be perfect. It's a very difficult, complex area of society to make sure that we get it right. So I think the mayor's motion is correct. Let's buy some time. We can send it out to council without recommendation. I mean, one thing, there's been a lot of talk about policing, and I tried to do some searches, and I hope I got the final version. Peace officers are mentioned 7 times in the legislation, and police officers 9 times. Well, I didn't consider that very much in light of what I heard from the deputants. And the word detention, which was mentioned several times, does not appear at all. And I hope I got the final version of the legislation. Can we stamp out this disease in our society without some police support? I doubt it. The question is the balance and how we stop human trafficking and how we make sure the police role is effective and robust. And I think that's the thing we have to think about over the next week. So I think, Mayor Tory, your approach is quite right. We need more work on this piece, and I look forward to a discussion at council.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Are there any other members wishing to speak? Not seeing any. I'm then ready to call the question first on the amendment that I proposed, the motion to, in fact, I think that'll dispose of it. Actually, if we pass that motion, that'll dispose of the matter for until between now and council. So I'll call the question then on all in favor of the motion. Opposed, if any? It's carried. Okay, I think that brings us to the end of our agenda. Unless anybody...
Mr. Mayor? Sorry to interrupt, it's Catherine. Just in regards to item 24.8 regarding poverty reduction strategy, there was a letter from the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee that had a recommendation. I'm just wondering if committee wanted to reconsider that item to move that recommendation. It had to do with
sure we would.
Fair Pass program.
Yes, let me here. There we are. 20. Okay, and is it at the back of that? I remember seeing that now that you mention it. Let's just have a look here.
It is the sub-item EX 24.8A.
Yes, I'm just trying to find it here in my own book. Okay, sorry. I can't put my hands on it at the moment. Can you put, maybe it's in a separate tab here. No, it's not. It's, can you put up the, is it possible for you to put up the recommendation in the letter from the Accessibility Advisory Committee?
Sure, we just need to reconsider the item first, if that's okay?
Yeah.
If you just want to move that?
Can we reopen item 24.8? Reopen 24.8 to deal with the supplementary matter. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then if you could put up the supplementary recommendation from the advisory. There we are. So this is to request the TTC to explore the feasibility of improving access to the Fair Pass program, in-person registration, other means tested supports, and so on. So I had seen that because, yes. So are there any questions of staff or any comments anybody wishes to make on this? Can I just have it returned to the main screen so I can see the members? Thank you. Seeing no one, then I'm ready to call the question on that supplementary recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Does that deal with that then, Madam Clerk?
Just item is amended,
Catherine?
please.
Oh, yes, the whole item is amended. 4.8. 8 as amended by that recommendation as well. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Okay, I think that brings us to the end of our work. Is there any other business anybody has to raise today? Then we'll declare the meeting adjourned, and thank you very much, everybody, and we'll see you at council, if not before. I'm sure we'll see you before. Thanks very much. Staff too.